for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello and welcome to the second day of the SSL Gold Cup Final Series, the Football World Cup, but in sailing. Yesterday we had a very exciting day. We had several penalties being given out in the water. We had a jury hearing back here on land, and we even had a man overboard situation. In fleet number 1, the winner was Tahiti. In fleet number 2, the winner was Chile. In fleet number 3, the winning team was Antigua Barbuda. And in fleet number 4 was South Africa. Today we're expecting lighter winds, but we're still going to be seeing those very big seas that we saw yesterday. But enough talking from here on the dock. Let's go back to the studio and take a look at the lineup. Hello and welcome everybody to day 2 of this SSL Gold Cup Final Series. As I just mentioned, let's take a look at the Final Series match board. On the very left-hand side of your screen, today we will be starting with fleet number 2. So that will be Chile, Cuba, Portugal, and Estonia. And yesterday we started with Fleet 1. Every day we'll be changing fleets. So tomorrow we'll start with Fleet 3. And on the following day we'll be starting with Fleet 4. Before we get started and we go out on the water, we first would like to show you all team national anthems.
paz es vivir. En cadenas vivir es vivir. En afrentas y oprobios subir. El clarín escuchar el sonido. A las armas valientes correr. ¡Vamos!
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this second day. You just saw right there the national anthems of the teams that will be out on the water right now. We are talking about Fleet number 2, and everybody very proud. It's a little bit lighter today out on the water, which will give us a little bit of time to be able to talk and take a look at the lineup for today with the team stats and their captains. So here we go with the team comparisons. Let's take a look at Chile, who we just saw here. They call themselves Finis Terra Sailors. They are SSL ranked number 25, and total weight is 707 kilos. That makes them one of the lightest teams, as you see just underneath them. That's Portugal, so a light team with light wind conditions today. That might help them out. Let's take a look at Cuba, which is right next to them. Pirates of the Caribbean, SSL ranked number 59, and they're weighing in this morning at 713 kilos. Captain of Team Cuba is Nelido Manso. And the captain of Team Chile is Pablo Lorca. Bottom left of your screen, you see Team Portugal. They call themselves the Navigators. They are SSL ranked number 22. They are our highest ranked team here in this fleet. Team weight is 706 kilograms. So along with Chile, at about 1 kilo difference between those two. Those are our two lightest boats or teams that will be sailing in this fleet. On the bottom right-hand side of your screen is Estonia with, they call themselves the Icebreakers. They are SSL ranked number 31. Team weight is 724 kilos. So they are the heaviest team out on the water today. And captain of the team is Tonu Tonist. And of course, for Team Portugal, let's not forget the captain of the team, number 10, Joao Rodriguez. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Those are the team stats for the teams out on the water right now. And as we get ready for racing here, we've been told that the winds are rather light out there, and so therefore we will have a shorter course. As I said, we are aiming for about 45 minutes. That is the target time for each race. Currently, we are looking at a distance of approximately 1.1 nautical miles to the windward mark. So right now we have the teams are just sailing around, getting ready, trying to figure out which side is the best. They are trying to figure out if which tactics they will use. And it's quite difficult for them to see what's happening out there on the water. I was speaking with the teams that came back yesterday from racing, and they were telling me that, yes, the wind wasn't so strong, but what really makes it difficult out there on the water is the fact that there are big waves. And when you're at the bottom of the wave, the wind is not going to be the same as when you're at the top of the wave. And as a matter of fact, when you're at the bottom of the wave, you can't see those wind gusts that are coming. Now remember, many of the teams that are coming over here are used to sailing on lakes, and if it's not lakes, they'll be sailing in the sea, in the Mediterranean, for example. So being out here in the ocean, in the Atlantic Ocean, having this ocean swell makes it quite complicated for them to be able to see the wind that's coming. A little bit more about the weather conditions. We can keep on talking about it. It's very interesting what they had to say. But let's take a look at the results from yesterday. So this is the provisional overall. Currently, as it stands right now, you see round one. There will be 4 rounds. So Chile won yesterday, giving themselves 4 points. In second place, we have Portugal, and they got 3 points. Third place, Cuba with 2 points, and 1 point for Estonia coming into fourth place. Now, what's very interesting about this is you see where it says R4, race number 4. That race will be on the final day. Whether we are able to sail all 4 races or not, no matter what happens on day 4, it will be double in points. So if, for example, Chile were to win on the last day of racing, they would get 8 points for being in first place. So there's a lot to play for still here. Today is race number 2, and when we get to the last race, be it race 3 or race 4, depending on the weather conditions, that last day races will count double in points. Here we are back with our teams, just waiting to get going. Race committee right now is about to bring up the orange flag. I believe the orange flag went up a couple minutes ago. So here we go. Yep, look at the top left-hand side of your screen. We are 4 minutes until we start racing, and at that moment, we'll probably get some onboard shots to see what's going on. But right now, the teams have had plenty of time to take a look around and to see what side of the field they want to go on. How we can tell there's, again, that ocean swell is still present. Lighter wind conditions today, so it's going to make it for a very, very complicated day in sailing. Making sure those boats keep their speed up, and having to work with those waves. We saw yesterday the waves caused all sorts of problem. I was told by some of the sailors that some of them even felt sick. So you can imagine You're racing for about 45 minutes, pushing your body to the maximum. And, you know, these teams have just gotten out here on the water. They need to get used to those waves, and they need to get their body and their inner ears ready for all those waves, all that moving around. So a lot of physical activity, and on top of it, feeling a little bit nauseous. Yes, they are professional sailors. Not all of them are used to sailing in these sort of conditions. And you know, let's face it, everyone's human. It's just something that happens. So quite difficult for these teams to stay concentrated, to physically be able to give 100% for 45 minutes, and having to deal with these really difficult wavy conditions. So 2 minutes to the start. We are on board with Team excuse me, is this Team Chile? It is Team Chile right here. And everybody is about to, we're about to get started here. 1 minute, 45 seconds. Now the question is, what side are they going to start? We saw some yesterday, a little bit late. Everybody was a little bit late to the line. And so I'm sure they're going to be wanting to get that time and distance a little bit more accurate today. Now there is 1 minute and 20 seconds. Sometimes you'd want to grab the pin end of the line, but you don't want to show it to everybody. So it's a delicate game of staying on the side of the line that you want, and not showing your opponents, not revealing your tactic immediately. We are now 1 minute away from racing, and it looks like everybody is setting themselves up. We have Estonia, which is the furthest boat out to the right, and Cuba, which is the most inside boat, the furthest one to the left, which means that when they'll be coming back, perhaps Cuba will have the right of way over all the others, and perhaps they'll be able to close the door to the other teams. But we'll see how that sets itself up. 20 seconds now. The boats are quite far away from the line. We see Chile making their way back. 10 seconds to the start. And that's the start right there. We just heard the gun, and we should have a start when we get back on board. We will see what's happening. It looks like as though right now Chile is the most lured boat, with Cuba just above it. From the sounds of it, it doesn't sound as though we've had any penalties. It looks like it's a clear start, clean start. Oh, I see there's quite a bit of action right there. And it looks as though we have, it looks from the images as though we have not taken the start with Team Estonia. So between the timing and the images we are seeing, it looks as though we have not taken the start right now. There it is. So that was, oh, looks like we have an individual recall right there. Looks as though Portugal has crossed the line too early, so they're ducking back under. So right off the back right there, Portugal getting off the line a little too quick and crossing that line too early. So they have to go back. They have to duck underneath the line, and then they can get a good start, and then they can start on their way up to the windward mark. Now, what happens when you have a start like this, and you know, how do they know? Like, how do they know, for example, that they have to go back to the line, etc.? Well, what happens is about 4 minutes before the start, they will put up a particular flag, and it's called the P flag. And this flag will let them know what rule the race committee has decided to use in the last minute. And so therefore, in the last minute, it just says that if you are over, all you simply need to do is come back, duck underneath the line, and get a good start. If the race committee wanted, they could be very severe and they could put a black flag up, for example. And that would mean that if you cross the line too early, anytime within the last minute, you will be disqualified from that race. So depending on the situation, the race committee can either be lenient or rather harsh. In this case, race committee is lenient. We had one good race yesterday. Looks like we're going to have a nice race today. So there's no reason why they should be hard with the competitors or have a harsh black flag rule on the start. So there we go. We see Portugal having to take the right-hand side because of that start. There was no point in following the others and staying in their wind shadow. We've just seen a attack right now from Team Portugal. Coming back into the middle. Coming back into the middle of the race field. And they don't want to leave their opponents by themselves and take a solo option all the way on the right-hand side. Yesterday, we did see that the right-hand side had a little bit more pressure, but the wind on the left had shifted a little bit more left. So sometimes we'd have teams coming back from the right, sometimes we'd have teams coming back from the left. We'll see what it's like today. One thing is for sure, we have waves out there on the race course. Looks like Estonia has just tacked over. And is that Cuba that had to duck under Estonia? Let's see what's happening here. Because Cuba was the right-of-way boat. It looks like they are doing a penalty. Yeah, that looks like they're doing a penalty. Yeah, we can see it on the screen. There you go. That was a 360. So what happened right there is Cuba had the right of way. Estonia decided to tack in front of Cuba, thinking, yeah, there's enough room. I can pass in front of Cuba. And as a matter of fact, there was not. And therefore, Cuba had to avoid Estonia. Estonia being on a port tack, they did not have the right of way. And so therefore, they received a penalty. So that's a port and starboard situation right there with Team Estonia. Again, having a tough start right there. They had a good start, but right now they're back into 4th place. Team Chile and Team Cuba have now tacked. You can tell how many waves are out there, how much that boat is moving around. Interesting to hear what's going on board. Right now, it's just it's all about getting that boat speed up. There really isn't that much wind. What you're seeing right there is the swell. And so every time one of those waves come, the boat rises and then slows down and speeds back up as it's going back down the wave. And when you're coming out of attack, you definitely have your boat slowing down. So they need to get those boats back up to speed real quick. It looks like we have ourselves a good fight right here between Chile and Cuba. Only 40 meters distance between the two of them. Anything can happen. There's Team Cuba right there. Oh, look at that boat. Look at everybody being shaken around. Now, if we had a little bit more wind, that boat would be powered up and would just be able to cut through those waves a little bit more. But right now, seeing as they're not going very fast, those waves are really taking a toll on the sailors. So concentration when it's light winds like right now makes it very difficult. You can hear them. Yeah, it's difficult. It's difficult just to sit on these boats. You have to understand there is no railing on these boats. And the only way they can hold on is by holding onto a sheet. And as we saw yesterday, it just takes one bad wave and you could just fall right off the boat. So it could happen again. We could be seeing again some more action like that. Hopefully no one falls into the water, but you never know. It's quite difficult with these big wavy conditions. It looks like Chile and Cuba. It looks like there's only 4 meters distance between the two of them. A real battle going out on the left-hand side of the race course right there. And Portugal and Estonia now more or less within about, let's say 80 meters of one another. Looks like Chile just tacked on the other side. It looks like, yep, it looks like so something was going on over there. Probably Cuba managed to get on top of Chile. Or in any way, Cuba managed to get Chile to go to the other side, and now Cuba is in the lead. Here we go, on board with Cuba, just making attack right now. Really interesting. Now it's when you come out of attack like that, you really don't want your sails to be fully tensioned up, because you need that boat you need that boat to accelerate. And it's all about apparent wind. And really what's very important is if you slow down and your sails are too tight, you will never be able to get the boat speed to come back up. Once the boat speed is back up, at that point, you can tighten your sails a little bit more, and you'll get that nice laminar flow going through the sails, pick up the speed, and you'll be able to have speed, and you'll be able to head up what we call VMG. That simply means velocity made good, and that's what they're looking to do. It's a question of distance. Is it better to go a longer distance faster, or is it better to go straight to the point, a little bit higher but slower? So that's the whole question about sailing. Now, we are talking about tactics, we are talking about strategy. There's all sorts of things that they're thinking about right now. Not only are we going left or are we going right, but how are we going to, in what mode should we be sailing our boat? I remember off the starting line, we said we want a low mode, a fast mode. It's a drag race off of the line. Well, it's the same thing every time you tack. You really want your boat to accelerate once you've tacked. As a matter of fact, if you look right here on the blue line that's following the Cuban boat, you see those little dots? Now you see how when they come out of attack, over on the left-hand side of your screen, those dots are closer together, and that's the boat speed right there that's dropping. And very often you can see them sort of bearing away in order to pick up a little bit more speed, and once they have the speed, you see that curb, and they can go right back up into the wind. As we pan here left, we get a very good view of that. You see there on the look at the blue line, they tack, they slow down, then they bear away, pick up their speed again, and once they have their speed and they tighten their sails and they can get right back into that high mode. Now they have to do that every single time they tack. So it's not just a question of when do we, oh, look at the bow on the boat behind them right there, just sinking into those big waves. Yeah, we really see that big sea state. Very interesting to be able to see how these guys are managing to make their boats speed up. You can tell, you can hear the tension. You can hear how taut those lines are. They're really, Cuba right here is really trying to get Chile to tack. And that's what they're saying right there. Probably because Cuba wants to tack and get over to the left-hand side. And making signs, come on guys, come on, let's go. Now obviously, yes, Cuba wants, oh, what's going on, what's going on? Oh, it looks like they are on the ley line right there. From what I can tell, both teams are on the ley line. And Cuba is asking Chile to tack, telling them, guys, we are on the ley line. And Cuba cannot just tack on top of Chile. There we go. Chile is tacking. Cuba is able to tack right now. So they're a little bit over ley line, but that's okay. That means they can just go into that low mode that we were talking about, right, like just as if they were off the start. So right now they're just really cruising. Very interesting. We go back to our 3D images. We see the trajectories slightly in a low mode. You see there on the right-hand side. Now they've just tacked over. Now remember the boundary line, the ley line that you're seeing right now. So that ley line that I'm talking about is that yellow triangle right there. That's imaginary ley line. However, you know, they're out on the water and they're seeing exactly what's happening with these ley lines. It looks like a little bit of a left-hand shift, and so that's probably why they went over the ley line in order to make sure that they get to that windward mark and not have to double tack because they estimated wrongly. So a good little drag race right here between Chile and Cuba on this first leg, a difficult tactical leg, and here we see that they are getting everything ready. That was the spinnaker halyard, excuse me, that's the spinnaker halyard. They were getting ready right there, making sure that it's not tangled up, and especially that it's not caught up in the mast, so they can get a nice good hoist. Now they're going to be entering into that yellow circle. That's the 3 boat length circle. Different rules apply when they arrive into that circle. And now they're bearing away. They're going to the offset mark, which is right ahead of them. Robles, number 6 right here, our trimmer. You see he's taking the line off of the winch and now putting the spinnaker sheet onto the same winch. Sorry about that. Onto the same winch. Now that jib is being held on with a short sheet, and so it's basically just a rope that holds it so that they can change the sheets. Now there are different rules that are coming over here, and they have to be careful. Oh, what am I seeing right there? I am seeing a, is that a red flag right there? Yep, that was a whistle. It looks like a red flag is up. I don't know exactly what happened. Now it's very probable that you see the bowsprit,
Yeah, we're thinking it's the bowsprit here because if you have, it looks like it was Cuba. There it is. Yep, that's Cuba. Oh, that's terrible. So Cuba is going to have to do a penalty because the rule is if you want to take your bowsprit out, that's not a problem, but you have to keep on working on your spinnaker. If the bowsprit comes out, then a spinnaker needs to be somehow in movement. And I'm guessing, now I don't know, we'll probably have some information from our jury, Andrews, which I am in contact with. He will probably send me some information in the minutes to come, but it looks like we're thinking right now it's a question of that bowsprit. So that bowsprit stayed out too long. They were not working on hoisting the spinnaker, and so they got penalized. It's a tough break. They were in second place, and now it looks like they dropped back to fourth. Now, the jury that we have here is an extremely competent jury. You have to understand that the jury that we have is the same jury that is also in the Olympics. So it's a very fair jury, but a very strict jury. And you really, if you make a small little mistake, you will be penalized. So we are talking about, you know, the SSL. We are talking about the best sailors in each one of these countries that are represented here. So all the sailors from Cuba here are all the top-ranked sailors in their country. They all have the Cuban passport. And that's how they ended up on this boat. So it's, oh, look, let's listen in right here. We're going in for a jibe. Oh, it's tough. You can tell the pressure on Elito's face right there. Really difficult. It's tough. You just lost 2 spots. You're now in fourth. You were in second. You're trying to jibe. The boat's not picking up any speed. Yeah, it's a tough day out there on the water. This is when they need to stay calm. Stay concentrated and just sail fast. Now it's the same conditions for everybody. You know, some teams, look, Estonia had to do a 360 earlier for a port starboard situation. Cuba just had to do a 360 now because of probably what we're guessing to be a bowsprit issue. Still don't have any confirmation about that. We'll see if we can get any information from our on-water jury. As soon as I have some information, I will let you know what's going on. But let's take a look right here. What's going on? We see that Portugal also had a hard start. So pretty much for the time being, the only ones that have had no penalties, have had a clean start, and have had made no mistakes for the time being is Team Chile. And they're out in front, 200 meters out in front of everybody. If they continue to sail clean, they will probably stay out in front. But now anything can happen. Remember, this is like 2. We are now, the next thing that we're going to be seeing is the dropping of those spinnakers. Anything can happen. We've seen drama at the leeward gates. 1,400 meters until we reach the leeward gates. So for the time being, it's just a question of keeping the speed up, staying concentrated. Let's listen in a little bit on the teamwork going here on Team Chile.
Mucho rebote. Me parece muy bien. Ahora, subiendo. Veo que adelante.
Okay, I have some news. Andrus has just replied to my question. I asked him, was it the bowsprit for Cuba? The answer is yes. So, Cuba penalized for having their bowsprit out and not hoisting their spinnaker, or at least not keeping on working with their spinnaker. So that's unfortunate. If they could have done a couple things, they could have brought that bowsprit back in and just pulled it out a couple seconds later. Like we said, you know, we have international jury, a jury that is jury for the Olympic Games. So very, very high level of juries. And they are making absolutely no breaks whatsoever. And as a matter of fact, we will be able to speak a little bit. We will be able to speak a little bit more about the jury and some of the penalties that were given. As some of the teams yesterday had some mishaps. We'll get into that as soon as we talk about the next fleets. In the concerned fleets, we will discuss those points. Right now, it seems as though in this fleet number 2, there were no serious issues in terms of penalties and points and losing points yesterday. But we have been seeing some action from this fleet number 2 today. 600 meters left to go before we get to the leeward gates. Chile is still our leader, and they keep on making a more and more distance between Portugal and right now Estonia. So it looks like there's a good battle between Portugal, Estonia, and Cuba right now. Chile is out in front, making sure that they are between their opponents. And the leeward gate that we see here on the left-hand side of your screen. Now we could talk about those circles. Those are the 3 boat length circles. Basically what happens is as soon as you have an overlap, getting into those 3 boat lengths right there, if there is an overlap, the inside boat has the right of way and the outside boat has to keep clear. In very simple terms, we could have a whole discussion about the right-of-ways and the different scenarios that could happen in these mark roundings, but I think that's the easiest way to say it. Back on board with our leaders right here, Team Chile. I like it. I like that on the boat it's clean. We don't see too many sheets just lying around. A little bit more here. With the back view, we didn't see that. Yeah, they have to be careful. If they want to stay out in front, they need to have a very good drop. Now, we are going to see what's happening. It looks like they're going to have to put in one more jibe before they have to take their spinnakers down. There we go, there's that jibe. Now the next maneuver is going to be a windward drop on the spinnaker. Now let's listen in and let's hear what's going on with Team Chile. Well, we won't hear them, but we can see them. Very nice drop here. A windward drop. They're going off to the right-hand side. To the buoy on the right-hand side. That was a very, very clean drop. Very nice. And they're staying out in front right there. All right, next up, looks like we have Team Portugal right now that's about to drop their spinnaker. We can see them in the background right there. Oh, it looks like it's a really late drop for the Team Portugal. Now, are they gonna get this? It's got to come down quick. Doesn't look too bad. Doesn't look too bad. Oh, very nice drop. Real close to the mark. We can almost see the mark on the right-hand side of the boat. Communication right there. Yeah, that looked like a tough drop. They looked like it was tough, but it was clean. Spinnaker didn't go into the water. There's Team Estonia. They've just dropped their spinnaker. Doesn't look like they're having any issues either. Now let's take a look at Team Cuba, which is in the back. Now what's going on with Team Cuba? That looks a little complicated. Oh no, all sorts of problems with Team Cuba right now. They're having issues with their spinnaker. I could tell the spinnaker's not inside the boat. Oh, and they're having issues right there with the jib sheet. A difficult drop. The pressure is on them. It's hard. Oh, it looks like the mainsail isn't quite in yet as well. Yeah, a lot of things to do. I think the timing was off a little bit. Look at the foot of the mainsail right there. Needs to be sheeted in a little bit more. Oh, it looks complicated for Cuba right there. It seems like they sort of lost their cool, and they really got to get back into it because they're not too far away. They could still make something happen. We saw Chile and Portugal having good drops, both of them, and making it out in front. It looks like Estonia also had a good drop. We didn't see the drop on Estonia, but looking at their track, it looks like they didn't lose too much speed, and it looks pretty good for them. Looking like a little bit of a right-hand shift that we have now, and perhaps that is the sea breeze that is coming in. We'll have to see. I just am getting some information, ladies and gentlemen. We have a Charlie minus at 0.9. Same bearing. Now I see they're changing at 0.8. So what does that mean, a Charlie minus? Charlie is the Charlie flag. It's the sea flag. And that means a change of course. And a change of course means right now that we will be seeing that pink windward buoy, which indicates that they have now changed not only the no, they have only changed the distance. They have gone from 1.1 nautical miles down to 0.8 nautical miles, so a little bit smaller distance. Now, either the wind has dropped, or they see that the time was a little bit too long to get to that first windward mark, and they're trying to drop it down to make it a little bit smaller. Remember, we want to have 45 minutes of racing, and one of the ways we can do that is to shorten the course. Looks like we have right now a 15 degrees shift. That's okay. So we saw that on the on the overhead. We saw that there was a small right shift. I now have confirmation there is a couple degrees shift off to the right-hand side, and wind speed is up to 12 knots. So lots of changes on this third leg, on this second windward leg. We see the wind apparently now is at 12 knots. We started a little bit lighter than that. We did have a Charlie minus, as we said, making the distance a little bit smaller, and of the field. If you look top left, 520 meters is all we have left till we get to the weather mark. And remember, it'll be that pink buoy, which means that there is no offset mark. They're just going to have to go around that buoy and then come straight back down. And that's a very difficult move. We see the buoy right there. It just appeared on our screen. There it is. So no offset mark. Get to the buoy, bear away, hoist the spinnaker. That's a real difficult move. You have to do a lot of things at once. It is potential for disaster. Now, Chile have had a very clean race. Let's see how it goes. In less than 300 meters, as they get to that new mark, that pink buoy, you'll see it. You'll see it on our screen very soon. All right, they're about to tack. Now you see how they're easing those sails away right there. Looks like they're maybe a little bit over ley line. Difficult to see. They're getting, there it is. There's that pink buoy right there. Now, look at the maneuver, putting in the short sheet. Putting in the short sheet on the jib. He's got to hurry up because they need to put the spinnaker sheet on that left winch. Bearing away. There we go, spinnaker sheet going on the left winch. Good hoist. Fast hoist. And it's a good hoist. Very nice hoist from Team Chile. And there goes the jib. Spinnaker is up. Very nice move. All right, here we go. Team Estonia. Same thing. Come on, boys. Little bit of water in the spinnaker, but that's all right. Looking like also very nice move from Estonia. Good hoist, good hoist. Jib coming down quickly. Oh, they're out of breath right there. And now Team Portugal. Oh, it's looking like they haven't been able to put the short sheet on. They're taking time to get the spinnaker to go up. Yeah, on the winch pedestal right there, they had to sheet in the jib before they could change to the spinnaker halyard. Oh, a late hoist from Portugal. Looking like a late hoist from Cuba as well behind. Portugal having issues right there. It looks like they're tangled up. Portugal's feeling the pressure from Cuba coming up behind them. They're having issues right there. Come on, you need to fill that spinnaker up. Cuba is their spinnaker up before Portugal. Oh, what's happening with Cuba? They just looks like somebody released the halyard of the spinnaker. Spinnaker has just dropped down 1.5 meters. What's going on? Oh, Cuba. It looks like the pitman made him a wrong move right there. I mean, it can happen. It can happen. Nothing broke. Just looks like pit released the wrong line. So that little advantage that they had from hoisting this spinnaker before Portugal, looks like right there they may have lost maybe just that 1 or 2 meters that they gained. Difficult race for Team Cuba right there. We saw they had a hard time putting their spinnaker in. They did a great spinnaker hoist, a little bit late, but a good spinnaker hoist at that pink buoy we just saw. Now this could be a good battle. It looks like Chile's out in front. They've made no mistakes. until now, Estonia, Portugal, and Cuba have all had their share of issues. Estonia is now coming back sailing cleanly. Portugal and Cuba are keeping us on our toes here in the back. It's going to be a battle between those two. Only 20 meters in it between Portugal and Cuba. Looks like relatively smooth sailing, pun intended, for Chile and Estonia. We'll have to see what's going on in the back. Looks like the information from race committee is telling me right now the wind has dropped just a little bit. We're back down to 10 knots. I notice we're always talking about the changes in the wind and the wind direction, but we're not talking about changes of the sea state, because the sea state has been the same since yesterday. Remember, we are in the Atlantic here, and we have these Atlantic sea states. So we have some pretty big swell. On board here with Team Chile. Oh, look at that. That's really interesting to see the work that they're doing on board, working every single wave. It's very important. Every wave that they have is a possibility for them to pump. And what that means is that they're going to ease a little bit their sails, and then they're going to pump. They're gonna sheet in. And what that is going to do is going to tighten the sails, and that will make the boat accelerate a little bit. Some of you who might be windsurfers, well, you know what that is. They do that a lot in windsurfing in order to get the boat or get the windsurfer back up to speed. And we do the same thing on boats. They are allowed to do this, but only once a wave. So you see here, look at the boom. Boom is out and comes back in. Now they're going to be surfing down the wave, and we'll take a look at that boom. All right, now you see going down the wave, and there we see a little bit of a trim. Okay, very nice image right here, and looks like they have gone through the finishing line. Finishing line for Chile. Very nice race. Very nice race for them. No mistakes. A to B run right there from Chile. 39 minutes of racing. Great job from this team, showing how it's done. Very good. No issues on this team. Oh, looks like we have a little rip in the spinnaker right there. So a little bit of an issue with that spinnaker on Team Estonia. Now, don't worry, the next team will not be sailing with a ripped spinnaker. We do have spare spinnakers. There's the team right there, our photographer right there, Gilles Morel on the boat on the right-hand side. We have two official photographers that are here. We have photography boats, we have jury boats, we have short team boats. A lot of people out on the water making sure that this happens, that this race goes off without a hitch. But let's get back to racing, because we still have Team Portugal and Team Cuba, and there's not much in it right there. It looks like they just are bearing away. They've just crossed the finishing line. And it looks like Team Portugal is going to be in front of Team Cuba. Just a couple seconds in it. Really not much right there. Difficult race for both these teams. Interesting for us. Keeps us on our toes. But I'm sure they would have liked to avoid having some of those issues that they had on board. That's racing, ladies and gentlemen. That's boat racing. Anything can happen up to the last moment. And you see even the race course changes during the middle of the race. Here are the race results right now. So we saw Chile after 39 minutes and 50 seconds winning 4 points for their first place, followed by Estonia. Estonia was 31 seconds behind Team Chile with 3 points, followed by Team Portugal with 2 points and Cuba with 1 point. And now, being the second race, we will add up the total points and we will see where they are standing for in this fleet number 2. Right now we have boats that are, the teams are changing. So we should have fleet number 3 coming out onto the water. They will be changing right now. We will have probably a little change of sails as well on Team Estonia, as we saw a small hole in the spinnaker of Team Estonia. Here we go with the provisional overall. So after 2 races, we are halfway through the round. Chile winning twice, Portugal in with 2 points. That means they had a second place yesterday and a third place today, putting them in second overall with 5 points. Team Estonia last place yesterday and second place today, putting them in third place overall. And Cuba with 2 points yesterday, so they were third yesterday and fourth today, bringing up the rear with 3 points. It looks quite tight between places 2, 3, and 4, with only 1 point between each one of the teams. So very close racing in this fleet number 2. And right now, we would like to show you a little clip about Gran Canaria. We'll then have a break, and we will be back for fleet number 3, race number 2.
Go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. Go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we go. Race number 2 for fleet number 3. We are about to get back onto the water. Teams have made it onto their boats, but before we get out onto the water, let's listen to the national anthems.
Слава Україні!
Героям слава!
Strong and
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that were the national anthems of the team. Very quickly now, the team comparisons. Top left of your screen, Team Bermuda with Captain Rockall Evans. To the right of that is Team Malaysia, Team Captain Megat Daniel. To the bottom left for Team Ukraine, Ihor Matvienko. And bottom right for Team Antigua Barbuda, Shannon Falcone. Now let's get back out onto the water. We are within the last minute, 40 seconds left to go before the start. Everybody is lined up. We are on board Team Bermuda. Looks like they are getting luffed and their boats are stopped. They're 30 seconds to the line, which is not a problem. They've got plenty of time to get that boat started back up. Looks like they're bearing away. So there you go. You're hearing what's happening. We have Antigua and Barbuda who are just beneath them, stopping Bermuda. So they are going to bear away right now and try to get some speed. 5 seconds left until the beginning of the start. Looks like Ukraine is in the middle of the line. Great start for Ukraine. Good start for Antigua and Barbuda. Looks like Bermuda got stopped just before the start, and they're starting the line. They're crossing the starting line right now. A difficult start for Team Bermuda. Looks like Team Malaysia right here is right in front of you with a good start as well. Looks like they've got some nice speed going on. They are all in that low mode, trying to go as fast as possible. Okay, they're talking about the gusts, they're talking about the wind. Now I do have some information about the race course. It looks like we will be sailing 1.1 nautical mile race course at a heading of 050. That heading of 050 is the same heading that we had in the previous race. It seems to me like the wind speed should be approximately 10 to 12 knots. Bottom right hand side of your screen are our race official right there. Our race regatta directors, their names are on the bottom right of your screen. Looks like Bermuda has had to shift off to the right hand side. They are currently in 4th place. They were the last ones to cross the line, but it seems it has played in their favor, and they have clear wind off to the right. They're talking about the wind here. You can hear them talk. Difficult to see the wind gusts. Seeing when the pressure is coming on and when the wind gusts are arriving. It's difficult to see it because at one point they'll be between two waves in the trough of a wave, and then they'll be at the crest of a wave where they will be able to see what's happening. So difficult for these teams to be able to read the water. It's not like lake sailing or perhaps sailing in the Mediterranean. Here we have much bigger swells. You see everybody is really holding on as the boats, as people are getting rocked around and jostled all over the place. Looks like we have some good pressure. I see everybody is hiking out, holding on to the winch handles. It looks like we have no change so far in the wind speed or the direction of the course. Obviously, once they have given a start, they cannot move that windward buoy. Here we are on board Team Ukraine. Really, you see there the skipper is moving that wheel around quite a bit. And that humming noise that you're hearing right there are the backstays that are vibrating. So they've got quite a bit of pressure now on those backstays. Off the top right-hand side of your screen, where it looks like we're looking at Bermuda, off over onto the right with Antigua and Barbuda. Very, very close. We're seeing all the boats are pretty much equal. Look at that. Between first and fourth place, there's a 9-meter distance. So very, very equal for all of these boats. Now, there's a big distance between all of them. But if we draw that line across all the bows of these boats, wow, look at those images. Just beautiful to see. Wonderful to be here in Las Palmas, the Gran Canary, in the Gran Canary archipelago. Just beautiful sailing out here. Very nice to see that the wind has come up a little bit, and that makes it for easier sailing conditions. This is the second race of the day. This is fleet number 3. Here we go with a cross, or not. Antigua Barbuda tacking in front of Bermuda and sending Bermuda off to the right. Oh, here we go. Tacking duel has started. We saw both these teams starting very close to one another. Antigua really making sure Bermuda is off to the right-hand side. So the attacking duel has started off on the right-hand side. Let's see if that's going to have an influence on the standings. If we see Antigua Barbuda fighting together, Antigua and Barbuda versus Bermuda fighting together, perhaps they will be losing a little bit of speed, and that's going to be an advantage for Ukraine and Malaysia. Here we are on board with Team Bermuda, Antigua Barbuda. Team captain right there, Shannon Falcone. Shannon is probably one of the most decorated sailors here. He has won the America's Cup. He is currently in his 7th America's Cup campaign. So a very, very experienced sailor. Yeah, we could see him right there. We could just barely see his face. We could definitely see his legs. He's just right there. There's his face right there on the left-hand side. That's Shannon. So he's on the main sheet. So it's very good. So they're being on the main sheet. Really, he's responsible for putting that power into that boat. We'll say that the front sail, the jib sheet, the front sail, the jib is the sail that's going to be giving them, their angle, and the mainsail in the back is really what's going to be giving them the power that they have in their sail. So there we go. Now it was Antigua's turn to get kicked off to the right-hand side. That was Ukraine that just made him get to the other side. So we're seeing now Antigua Barbuda off to the right-hand side along with Bermuda. Ukraine right there in the middle. They've decided to attack as well. Perhaps Malaysia giving them a small wind shadow. It's so close, ladies and gentlemen. It's really difficult to be able to tell you what reasons. There could be a bunch of tactical reasons for why they decide to tack over and get to the other side. Perhaps there is a little bit more breeze on the right-hand side. Perhaps they need to get to the right-hand side of the race course in order to get onto the lay line. Or perhaps it's as simply that Malaysia was in a more powerful position and made them go off to the right-hand side. There's nothing in it. Looks like right now Bermuda has taken advantage over Antigua Barbuda. Looks like Antigua is covered slightly by Bermuda. It'll be very interesting as we get up to the windward mark. Distance 700 meters to go. If everybody arrives at the same time at the top mark, it will be an epic show. Remember, they have to get to the windward mark, then they do the offsets. They go to the offset mark. They have a small distance to go, which is called the dog leg, where they will be sailing on a beam reach from the weather mark to the offset mark. Let's listen in. Tacking from Bermuda. There we go. There's a nice pump. Everybody up at the same time. For the time being, they're the only team that I've seen do this today. We had a couple teams do it yesterday. Good teamwork, good communication on that boat. On board with Team Ukraine. Oh, looks like they're just getting past to windward. Oh, they've just gotten covered. Very, very close. Antigua and Barbuda right there just covering Ukraine. Looks like Ukraine is in the wind shadow of Bermuda. We have Malaysia on a port tack. Are they gonna have to duck behind everybody? 230 meters until we get to the first windward mark for the second race for fleet number 3. Looks like Bermuda is in first place. Only 150 more meters until we get to the weather mark. And then it's a small beam reach to the offset mark. We see the mark right there. It looks like this team is just barely going to make the mark. Looks pretty good. As a matter of fact, no, they make it no problem. They have plenty of room. Bermuda is nice and set up. Now they got to make sure they don't pull out that bowsprit and get a penalty like Cuba did earlier. Here it is, and let's go on board. And it looks like a clean hoist from Bermuda. No big issues right there. Little issue with the retrieval line, but that's not much. Just right behind him right there. Looks like we have Team Antigua Barbuda. They just put up their spinnaker. Spinnaker went up okay, a little bit slow to take that jib down. Here goes Ukraine. Ukraine with a good spinnaker hoist. Right behind them, Malaysia. Malaysia's quick, real quick. Good hoist for all teams. Very, very close. Here comes the attack. Attack from Malaysia on Ukraine. Here goes Malaysia. They're about to luff Ukraine. Ukraine's got to react if they want to keep their position. Here comes a jibe from Team Malaysia. First team to jibe. And it looks like a good jibe from Team Malaysia. Doing a great job right there. First team to jibe and to go off to the right-hand side of the race course. Looks like they're working right there on making sure that batten, sometimes the battens get stuck in the sail. And so you'll have the battens shaped the wrong way. And either that or they're trying to pump. She's got to be careful when she pumps that mainsail. Remember, these are not dinghies. We have seen people get hurt before and get thrown around the boat. When manhandling those main sheets, that's a dangerous move to do right there. That's why we have winches. Looks like we still have a little issue with that retrieval line on Team Bermuda right there. You see it's making a fold in the spinnaker. Don't quite know what's going on there. They've obviously seen it. It looks like the bowman. I can't see him up there.
3, 2, 1.
Here we go. Jibe for Bermuda. And it's a good jibe for Bermuda. Off on port tack.
Come on.
Number 2 in that boat, and the mid bow is Adriana Penrudenduk, and we've seen her very vocal on the boat right there. She is a laser sailor, and she has done several world championships, having great results on her laser boat. Here we are on Team Antigua Barbuda. The rum runners. I can tell you one thing, they're not drinking too much rum while they're over here. Everybody's very, very concentrated. They won yesterday. They're in second place today. And they're really having the battle for it out there. Bermuda is out in front. It's a real good break for Bermuda. Bermuda had a tough day yesterday. Talking about a tough day yesterday, we saw Ukraine had a penalty yesterday. I thought that it was because they touched the leeward buoy. Speaking with the jury this morning, they told me no, that was not the case. It was an issue with the bowsprit again. So they received a penalty yesterday where they had to do a 360 for having their bowsprit out too long after having dropped their spinnaker. It's too bad. Small little mistakes can cost you hundreds of meters. Remember, like I was saying in the first race, this is an international jury. This jury that's out on the water is the same jury that is in the Olympic Games. So a very fair jury, but a very strict jury. Obviously, that's what we expect. These are the best sailors of each one of their nations, have been selected by being the best in their ranking. The SSL global ranking. As a matter of fact, if you're sailing something other than just local regattas, you are most likely in that SSL ranking. Go check it out on the web. Speaking about the web, you can follow us obviously on Instagram, YouTube, if you're watching this. We also have a TikTok. There are many, many different ways that you can follow us. And please go and take a look at some of the pictures from our photographer. I've seen a couple of them. They are amazing. Looking like we have a couple boats that have just jibe back and are now back onto starboard. Antigua Barbuda still going off to the right-hand side. We are about halfway down second leg. 730 meters down to the gates. And when we get down to the gates, we'll see what happens, because as we've seen before, anything, really anything can happen. On board with Team Malaysia. There's the tactician. Tactician speaking with the captain right there. Deciding when are they going to attack. I'm sorry, when are they going to jibe? There we go, there's the jibe. And it looks like a good jibe from Team Malaysia. 450 meters till we get down to the gate. Haven't lost much speed, they're still in it. Bermuda is still out in front. Antigua Barbuda breathing down their neck. Only 30 meters between those two teams.
Chip will go up straight off to the jibe.
Let's listen to what they're saying. It's a good job from Team Bermuda. 200 meters left until we get down to the gates. Bermuda right now on a port tack, just managing to get out in front of Antigua Barbuda. What's the move?
Way too much.
Let's listen in.
No, wait.
Calling no overlap back there. It looks like there is an overlap. Ukraine has the overlap on Antigua Barbuda. Let's see what's going. And Ukraine dropping their spinnaker first. Looks like a pretty good drop. They're going to have to stay clear of Bermuda. We're not seeing what's going on with Bermuda. That's fine, that's not a problem. We've got a great view right here. Looks like Ukraine is doing a real good job at bringing that spinnaker back in. What's going on? Oh, looks like something's going on with Bermuda. They must have had an issue out there. Ukraine has kept their speed and is just sailing around Bermuda. Looks like there might be a change in leaders right here. Antigua Barbuda just behind in the picture right there. Looks like they've lost some speed as well. Coming in the back with a lot of speed is Malaysia. Malaysia's keeping their speed up. Here we are on board with Ukraine. Ukraine has managed to get out in front of Bermuda. This is very good right here for Team Ukraine. with an early drop, making sure they're keeping their speed, playing it safe, and it's paying off. They're going to love Team Bermuda. Bermuda is going to have no choice, but they're going to have to tack and go to the left-hand side. This is exciting racing right here. Tough break for Bermuda. Bermuda was out in front. There it is. They get pushed over to the left. Good job, Ukraine. Congratulations. What a move to go underneath Bermuda and take over. And that's Ukraine in the lead. Some exciting moments right here at the bottom of leg number 2. When we get down to those gates, always very exciting. And now we are on leg 3, heading back upwind for the second time. I'm seeing from race committee we have wind at 40.040 and shifting to 0.45, which means that we have a very small shift to the left. I have no info concerning wind speed. It seems as though the wind speed is still the same. Ladies and gentlemen, 54 meters between first and last place after 25 minutes of racing here for race number 2 of fleet number 3. Unbelievable. We saw some crazy action yesterday as well in this fleet. We have got some great racing. It's anyone's game. We see Ukraine out in front now, but just before it was Bermuda. Earlier it was Antigua Barbuda. Anybody's race. And there you go. What a great picture right there, Team Ukraine. And in the backdrop we have the city that we are all staying in. As I'm just looking at the boats right here on the right-hand side, it looks like we've just had attack from Team Bermuda, trying to stay out in front of Antigua, covering Antigua. But now, right away boat is Ukraine. Is Bermuda going to have to duck under? Yes, it looks like Bermuda is going behind or below Ukraine. Ukraine is tacking on top, is passing on top of everybody. They are on the right-of-way boat. They are on a starboard tack. Now let's see. Is Ukraine going to tack back over and just go into a protective mode, covering everybody? And it looks like that's what they're doing. Ukraine has just tacked. They are now in a very strong position. There you see Ukraine is the furthest boat to the right. Between Ukraine and Bermuda is Malaysia, I believe, or no, Antigua Barbuda right there. So they're stuck between two boats. That's not a happy place for them. Real difficult. If they tack over, they're gonna have to pass behind all the boats. Perhaps they can go into a low mode here. But if there's somebody who can figure this out, it's gonna be that man right there with the sunglasses that's got no hat. That's a team captain right there, Shannon Falcone, 7 times in his 7th participation in the America's Cup right now. America's Cup winner. Calm and collected. Calm and collected on that boat, just thinking, taking their time. You can tell he's looking around. He's looking to see what his opponents are doing. Ukraine right there is keeping the pressure. Ukraine could tack at any moment, and they would be the right-of-way boat over Malaysia. Looks like Malaysia is coming back. There's nothing in it. We have a lead change. For a moment there, we had a lead change between Ukraine and Malaysia. Listening to what's going on their Ukrainian boat, there's a lot of discussions. They are the ones right now that are in the power seat. Look at the concentration of the skipper right there. Standing up, trying to feel the boat. Making his boat go as fast as possible, as high as possible. Very important right now, working on that VMG. Velocity made good. Trying to go as high and as fast as possible. As close to the wind as he can. Obviously, the closer you get to the wind, the slower you go. But he's looking like he's doing a real good job. It looks like his team is doing a great job as trimming his sails, because he's got a 42-meter lead currently. Malaysia earlier, they were neck and neck with Ukraine, and Ukraine is managing to get out, casting a wind shadow on Antigua, Barbuda, and Bermuda. So right now it's a little bit of a waiting game, patience game until they get to the ley line. And once they get to that ley line, then things are going to be changing a little bit. We have 1,300 meters to go. We're in leg number 3 in the second race for this fleet number 3. So today we started with fleet number 2. We then are now seeing fleet number 3. Our next fleet that you'll be seeing in about 45 minutes is fleet number 4, and we'll finish the day with fleet number 1. We can see the jury right there following them. Antigua, Barbuda. It doesn't look like anything in particular is happening. Just talking about how they're setting there. We just heard Jib Cunningham up, making sure that they're getting powerful sails to go through that big chop, those big seas. Yeah, looks like there's a little bit less wind. They just set it a little bit light, so they're all coming back into the center of the boat. It's really important that they keep a heel on that boat. Those boats go through the wave a lot better with a small amount of heel. Obviously, the more your boat is heeling over, the less surface area of sail that you have pressing up against the wind. The more you're leaned over, the less your keel is pressing against the water. So it's important that the boat stays upright, but you don't want that hull to be too flat. Just like VMG. You don't want to be too high, you don't want to be too low. You want to keep your speed, and it's the same thing for the angle of the boat. You see the boom right there is really in the middle of the boat. If you look in the middle of your screen, you can see the boom right there, nice and in the middle. That's a great indicator of the wind speed. We see that it's relatively light winds, and they can really power that mainsail up, bring that boom all the way to the middle of the boat. We've got one man that's come down. The jib trimmer has come down to leeward. So another indication. Oh, big wave, big wave. Oh, that's tough. That's difficult right there. Those big waves have a tendency to stop the boat. Yes, these boats are heavy and light at the same time. It's a big boat. It only weighs 3.5 tons. But those waves are enough to be able to stop those boats. Now, Ukraine has just put in that tack. They got to get their speed back up. Välimäki, Team Ukraine, leaders on this third leg of the second race of fleet number 3. There it is. Now the boat is back up to speed. Doing a great job. They're still 58 meters. 58 meters in front of the others, looking like 63 right now. 490 meters to the windward mark. Looks like we've had no change in the course. The wind dropped as they were going up the race course, so it would make sense to me that we will see the offset mark again. So that gives them a little bit more time from the time they get to the windward mark, the weather mark, to the offset mark in order to prepare themselves. Nice clean boat right there. Looking at very few sheets. So a clean boat, not much talking. Looking good for Ukraine. Now what we need here is a good hoist. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. It's looking like we've had a big left-hand shift. And they're going to have to put in a couple more tacks before they get to the windward mark. 72-meter lead for Ukraine. 300 meters to go before they get to the weather mark. Team Malaysia, everybody's off the rail. Everybody's down to leeward. Trying to be as aerodynamic as possible while still working. Looking like we've got some tidying up going on right there. That's very good. Getting their boat ready. Everybody's getting ready for that very, very crucial spinnaker hoist as we get to the top. Looking like Ukraine has gone all the way to the left-hand lay line. Let's listen in here. Getting that boat to keep their speed up. We were talking about it earlier. Once you come out of attack, your boat just has a tendency to really slow down. And with these light wind conditions and this big sea state, it's really detrimental to boat speed. So it's super important that they manage to get that boat speed to come back up. They have to bear away, bring the boat speed up. Yeah, the wind right now, very, very shifty, 6 knots. It's sort of shifting left, coming back right. Apparently we're getting big shifts up here. Let's just hope that we're not getting too big of a shift. If the shifts become too big, race committee could stop the race. Now let's just hope that doesn't happen. Granted, all the teams are together, so they're pretty much all getting the shifts at the same time. There should be no reason. But then again, I'm not on the water. We're here in the studio. Okay, there we go. Ukraine just made it to the weather mark. Looking like a bottom right. They've got the short sheet onto the jib. Now they're going to be putting that spinnaker sheet. And here we go. Those are the grinders, 2 grinders, putting up the spinnaker. Uh-oh, we've got an issue. Something's going on. It's minor. It looks like the spinnaker's up, but they did have an issue. Oh, yes, we have language. That's not a problem. It's frustrating. They're in first place. Okay, they managed to keep their first place. They managed to keep their first place right there. It wasn't as bad as it seemed. They did manage to get that spinnaker to hoisted and full. They just weren't able to release it. Here goes Malaysia right here. We're on board. Looks like a good spinnaker hoist and a good drop for Malaysia. Antigua Barbuda right in front of them. Looks like they had a good spinnaker hoist as well and a good drop. No big drama here. What happened to Bermuda? Where did Bermuda go? They were in it. They were right along with everybody.
Right here.
What happened to Bermuda? All of a sudden, they're out of the picture. That's very interesting. We'll see if we can get some more information about what happened to Bermuda. But, all right, let's concentrate here. Let's go on board. Let's listen to the hoist. Team Bermuda. Uh-oh, I hear no halyard. Oh, no. There's a big issue right there. Oh, that's a catastrophe right there. When that halyard starts to wrap around that winch like that, oh, that's just real tough. Real tough. Oh, no, I think something happened before they got to the weather mark. And now they're frustrated, and it's bringing all sorts of issues. Oh, that's real unfortunate. Oh, they were having such a good race. They were first down at the gate. Looking like they're having a couple issues on that boat. That is that is tough, brutal for Team Bermuda. But it looks like we've got a good battle on our hands here between Malaysia and Antigua and Barbuda. Looks like they're very close. Now it's going to be really important that Team Ukraine manages to keep that boat speed up. It looks like very light conditions. Once again, everybody, cross your fingers that race committee does not stop the race. We should be okay, but you never know. Here goes a jibe from Ukraine. Critical jibe. They are on the last downwind. Ukraine winning the qualification series in their fleet last year. There they are. Look, very good teamwork. Oh, are we seeing a little bit of a pump? It wasn't a clear pump right there. Oh, you can tell there's a lot of tension on that boat right now. Real difficult conditions. Sea state is still up. The wind is dropping. It seems as though there was an issue at the weather mark. There perhaps was a protest made by one of the teams. I've been told that no rule was broken. I will try to find out a little bit more about what happened. Well, maybe we'll find out a little bit more about what happened. I believe probably something with Team Bermuda. There's no reason why they so far behind We didn't see it. So yeah, so I'm gonna get some information. So yes, apparently there was a port and starboard situation between Malaysia protested port starboard. I'm trying to get a little bit more information as we're seeing what's going on over here. We're here live on board. Team Malaysia just put in another jibe. Lots of tension. You can feel the tension on board. Everybody is far forward, down to leeward, trying to get all the weight towards the front of the boat to lift the back end of the boat up. If the back of the boat is in the water, then they're dragging water. It's pretty much the same thing as a race car. If you've got too much downforce on the rear wing, well, you won't have good top speed. And it's the same thing on a boat. If the back end of the boat is dragging in the water, then you won't have good speed. So that's why we're seeing some of the teams with all the weight forward and down to leeward. All right, that protest situation at the top mark was Malaysia against Antigua Barbuda. So there was a port and starboard situation. We didn't see it. Still not quite sure what happened to Bermuda. Well, we'll have to talk to them as they come back on board, come back onto land, and see what happened. But an up and down day for Bermuda, from being out in front to now being out and back. So we're really here seeing a game of snakes and ladders for everybody. But Ukraine with that unbelievable move, passing a boat to leeward down at the gate on leg 3, and they've managed to sail smart and position themselves, consistently positioning themselves in the correct place. And I can tell you, when you have somebody like Shannon sailing on this team right here, chasing you down, the pressure is on. There it is on the left-hand side of your screen. Antigua Barbuda coming up, chasing Ukraine. Ukraine trying to defend their spot. Very difficult spot to be in right there. Very difficult spot. We're seeing the photography boat that is out there with the green flag with a P written in it for press. Remember, we've got some unbelievable shots that are being made. We've got 2 photographers out on the water, and you can go and take a look at all those pictures on our website. Make sure you follow us on Instagram, Twitter. You can follow us on Facebook, YouTube. We're everywhere. We've got all the pictures. You can follow your teams. Teams are very active. There you go. Look at the bottom right of your screen right there. That's how you can follow us. The teams are very excited. They're very accessible. You can write messages to them. They'll reply. Good ambiance, professional ambiance down here. And currently a very stressful ambiance. Very little wind. Look at Malaysia right there. Aerodynamic position, down to leeward, working on the heel of the boat, putting the weight forward. It looks like Malaysia right now is in second place. They are the ones attacking Ukraine. It's not Antigua. They are a little bit further back behind. So second place for Malaysia, putting the pressure on Team Ukraine. There we go. You see Malaysia on the left-hand side in the back right there. Quite funny how Team Ukraine still has weight up to windward. Different strategy, different tactics. I'm a little bit surprised. Perhaps they are going a little bit higher up than Team Malaysia. Malaysia looks like they might be going lower and slower. And Ukraine would be going higher and faster. Now it's all good and well right now, but they will have to put in another jibe before they get to the finishing line. And are they going to have enough speed? They're really going to have to calculate this jibe very well. If they jibe too early and they have to bear away, they're going to lose all their speed and potentially could be a catastrophe. And we are getting very close to the finishing line. Ukraine is still out in front. Malaysia chasing him down. The finishing line should be on the right-hand side of your screen right there. It'll be interesting. You see on the right-hand side over there is Antigua Barbuda. When Ukraine will be coming back, they will be on a port tack. Antigua will be is on a starboard tack. Perhaps Antigua can lay the finishing line right now as it is. We see the finishing line boat just right there in front of that big boat right in the background right there. That's the small one in front is the finishing line. I don't think they can make the finishing line. They will have to jibe. Big swell in the back right there. Big swell in the back. Maybe they've got it. From looking here, it looks like Ukraine might be able to cross the finishing line without having to jibe. Could this be a win? It looks like a win for Ukraine. Congratulations. Wow, that was a stressful one. You could tell they hardly wanted to move on their boat. Congratulations, Ukraine. Keeping the lead from the leg number 3 all the way up and back down. Doing a great job in these light wind conditions. Now let's see what's going to be going on here with Malaysia. And here we are on Antigua and Barbuda. Are they going to be able to finish, cross the line before Malaysia? They don't look, it doesn't look too stressful on the boat. Either they know they're passing in front or they know they've passed behind. They've just passed the finishing line. Looks like they're in second place. So a good sail. Good sail from Antigua Barbuda. And here comes Malaysia just across the line right now. Really not much in it. 51 minutes, 44 seconds of racing and only 47 seconds between first and second place. Malaysia coming in 1 minute, 11 seconds after Ukraine. And in the back, we have Bermuda. Bermuda at one point was leading the race. It looks like the wind there has dropped right now and it's tough to get across that line, but they will make it across. So this is a good race. There we go, team change right there. You see how quick that goes? Really, we're using the same boats. All the teams are using the same boats. So it's on and off. And we will be back racing very, very shortly. We will, obviously, we're not going to leave right now. We want to see Bermuda cross the line. So there we go. They're putting up their jib. They're going to take down the spinnaker. Just crossed the finishing line. Let's see if they can get a good drop in. Looking like the spinnaker kind of got wet right there. Obviously, they passed the finishing line. It doesn't really matter. They're not doing it for racing. It could be a practice drop. See on the right-hand side there, they are changing teams. So every one of these boats, there you see that gray boat back there, that's the short team. Each boat has a short team motorboat which follows along. There we go. We see a member of the short team who has just climbed on, making sure that everything's okay for the next teams that are going to be coming on. So, race results for this second race of Fleet 3. Ukraine winning the race, giving themselves 4 points. Antigua and Barbuda second place with 3 points. Malaysia in third with 2 points. And Bermuda in last place with 1 point. And we should be seeing here coming up the overall provisional overall racing overall results. Antigua in first place with 7 points. So that would be a first place yesterday and a second place today. Ukraine with third place yesterday and a first place today, total of 6 points. Malaysia with a total of 5 points. And Bermuda, unfortunately, having another tough day. 2 last place finishes in a row. They only have 2 points on the leaderboard. But don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, on the very last day, all races will count double in points. Don't forget to follow us on our social media on the SSL Gold Cup Finals Series. You can follow us on Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and of course on the net at StarSailorsLeague.com. Ladies and gentlemen, as we wait for the next teams, fleet number 4 to get onto the boats, we will take a small break and we'll be right back.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to be starting the third race of the day. This will be race number 2 for fleet number 4. Before we get into it, let's listen to the national anthems.
Hlavně už to... No, a pak mi říct, že jsem se otvírat pusovat.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, and in the booth with me right now is Ibtisam from Team Oman. She was second trimmer yesterday. Ibti, welcome. How are you?
I am good. Thank you to have me here with you today. Let's do some magic.
Yes, it's going to be very exciting, and magic is about to happen. We have 10 seconds left on the clock before the start of this race. It's looking like the Republic of South Africa is all the way on the right-hand side. Are going to have to dive in behind everybody. Oh, very, very good start by Team Lithuania, who is pushing everybody out. Very good. Lots of action right now on the race course. It looks like only one boat has gone across the starting line right now. Aggressive start from Team Lithuania, and the Czech Republic just behind them. Looks like South Africa has made it finally across. But bad news for Team Oman. Ibti, what's going on? It looks like they were pushed off the line. They haven't gotten the start yet.
We just started the game. We just started the race. It's not never, you know, at the end of the story. The start is just a little bit, and we still have more to go.
Yep. We're listening to the onboard right now. There we go. Team Oman just managed to get past the starting line right now. So aggressive start by Team Lithuania. That's totally in the rules. They were the lured boat. They had the right of way, and they just stopped absolutely everybody. I would say that is a 10 out of 10 for Team Lithuania. Unfortunately for Team Oman, well, they had to go around. There was no room for them at the boat. So now it's Team Oman. They have to go off to the left in order to have a little bit of fresh air, and we'll see what happens. So immediately things are already a little bit difficult for Team Oman right here, but the advantage is now Team Oman is by themselves on the left-hand side, and they won't have anybody to bother them. You see here with the Czech Republic, they're stuck between two boats. They're having to tack. That's not what they wanted to do. And so they're being pushed off to the left-hand side. And sometimes that could be even harder than, you know, being by yourself. Granted, you get a little bit of a late start, but at least you can do what you want to do.
Of course, it's like, I would say it's like 50-50. Of course, you know, you have 3 boats on the right side and you have 1 boat on the left side. But who knows? It's never, I mean, too bad to go. Maybe you will have a good luck and you will become on the pack with everyone.
You never know. I mean, things change very, very quickly. We saw in the last race, Team Bermuda was up in first. They finished in last. It was really a game of snakes and ladders. Let's see what's happening for this team. Very good news. Looks like the wind is back. We see everybody hiking. So that's very, very good news. It really dropped down on that last race. It looked real difficult.
Yeah, and you can see on the race, the fleet has split in 2 packs. 2 boats go on the right side and 2 boats on the left side. So it's still the beginning of the race.
It's the beginning of the race, and we see Lithuania.
I mean, yeah, they had an extreme start, and let's hope they can keep this pace till the end.
Yeah, we'll see what happens, but it's tough racing out there. You were out there yesterday. Why don't you explain to us a little bit about the conditions? Because we don't, you know, we have an idea of what it's like in here, but maybe you could tell us from being on the boat.
Yesterday, yeah, I was on a boat. I was trim 2, so the condition was completely different. We had a little bit more wind, but I would say the waves is the same. They're really massive. But today, it's the condition, I would say it's double hard. It's a little bit lighter and massive wave, so you're gonna keep that speed all the time.
Yeah, how big would you say those waves are out there? The swell, or the big swell?
Yeah, I would say at least 4 meters. 3-4 meters. It's massive waves, yeah. And it's easily can affect your speed. And perhaps it's a little bit lighter today, so I would say, yeah.
I heard that some sailors were actually getting sick yesterday.
Yeah, so many people I saw like they were getting sick. It's not easy for everyone, for those who didn't get used to it. But for Oman, I think it was typical weather.
Yeah, you have that sort of sea state.
Yeah, we do
back
have it
in Oman?
sometimes. Yeah, of course.
Okay, well, that's an advantage to Team Oman right there. We've seen a lot of teams struggling with the speed, struggling with the boat handling, and well,
But
we
you
weren't.
you can notice there on the left side with Oman and South Africa, they, closing the gap in between them. It's, as I said, it's still the beginning of the race, and we're still first lap.
That's good. Confidence in your team.
Of course, I have my money on them.
I'm sure you do. Like I said, ladies and gentlemen, Ibtisam is with me here in the studio, co-commentating from Team Oman. She was second trimmer yesterday. She was out on the water. She has accepted to come in and speak with everybody, and I think she even told me that she was going to speak in Arabic. So perhaps what we can do is when your team gets to the windward mark, I'll let you I'll let you commentate and you tell us.
Well, I can do the all race, but no one will understand. Maybe maybe 1-2 people, but most of the people that will understand Arabic, they're already sailing.
Well, you know what? We'll get you to do that. It'll be great, and we'll have more sailors that will come also during the whole competition, that will come here and co-commentate, and we're just going to turn it up as the weeks go on and the racing goes on. Here we go. 730 meters left to get the windward mark, and we are on board here with the team Czech Republic. Looked like they had a really slow start out of that tack. The tack was very slow, and as we were saying before, you really need to make sure you keep up that speed.
Especially because it's very choppy, so you gotta keep that speed before and after the tack, at least same average.
That's right. I mean, we are at about 12 knots of wind, 10, 12 knots of wind, are back out on the race course right now. But, with these big waves, I mean, that's just not that much wind.
Yeah, but I think it's getting windier now than when they started earlier in the evening. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday.
Like you said, you can see all the crew is hiking.
That's a very good point. The whole crew is hiking. It's great to see only the bottom sides of those sneakers. Then there's pressure and there's some wind. There it is. Everybody's out hiking, holding on. Like we said, no hiking straps, just holding on to the sheets, crossing their legs, crossing their feet, and putting that sheet between their legs. If those legs, if they uncross their legs or let go of the sheet, well,
you go swimming.
You go swimming. Exactly. You saw that yesterday. Let's not have it happen again. It could. You never know. This is sailboat racing. Anything can happen. But here we go. We're getting closer and closer to the windward mark.
And you can see Lithuania, they extending, the leader.
Lithuania is 174 meters in front of the second place boat. Here we go. Looks like they're bearing away right now. Easing out the sheets. Right now they're on a beam reach. So here we go. Here's the moment we're all waiting for. It's going to be the hoist of the spinnaker. We can see that they're already pretty much ready.
But they need to really be careful of that bowsprit.
Yeah, you got to be careful about that bowsprit. So many penalties have been given about that bowsprit.
Yeah.
But now let's go on board and listen to the sounds of the hoist.
Very good hoist, clean.
And it looks like it's a good hoist from Lithuania, dropping down the jib real quick, precise, very good work for Team Lithuania. So 37 seconds ahead of Republic of South Africa. In the background right now, South Africa's turn. Let's listen in. Looks like a pretty good hoist.
And you can notice like South Africa, they did a little bit early hoist. Like you can hoist the Juniker even before you cross the mark.
Yeah, we're seeing that in the background. You're right. It was an early hoist. They went a little bit high. Same here with Team Czech Republic. Hoisting. Oh no! Oh no! Spinnaker in the water. Oh no! The boat is stopped. Look at that. The buoy's not going anywhere. The boat is stopped. They're about to jibe. They're about to jibe. What's going on? This is good for Team Oman.
Of course,
This
of
is
course.
great.
I told you, it's not even finished.
Empty, they're coming back. No, the jib is stuck on the wrong side. This is a catastrophe. Team Czech Republic completely loses control of the boat at the
Let's
wedding
go.
arc.
This is a good opportunity for our team.
Here they go. Come on.
Let's go.
Go ahead in Arabic. Go for it.
And even the specialist now. But definitely this is a very good opportunity for our team. And we're still in the game. I can say we're still in the game.
You're still in the game. Here we go. Oh, this is good for you. This is really good for Team Oman right here. Just coming back. That's the thing about being a little bit further
I
behind.
hear them now. They're going for a jive. 2,
let's
1.
listen in.
Let's go now. Our team is jiving. Let's go, team. I put my money on you. I'm sure we can do this together.
And it's a good jibe.
Oh.
Very good. I understood jib.
Yeah, they had a little bit of problem on the jib, but not a big issue.
All right, well, there it is. That's good for Team Oman. Look at the Czech Republic. If you look at their trail, that white trail, you see that they just completely stopped their boat once they passed the offset mark right there on the right-hand side. You see that big, thick line of white right there. That's where they stopped. So, tough break for the Czech Republic. Now it shows the Czech Republic still out in front of Oman, but we'll see if that's really the case, because between what we're seeing here on screen and what's going out there on the water, sometimes we get two different stories. It's so funny how when they're going downwind, it just seems like there's less wind. Perhaps you can explain that.
When they're going downwards, of course, it's gonna be because the wind is gonna come from behind. So, I mean, with these massive waves, it will show like you're going faster, but it's not any faster. I mean, upwind, it's of course you're gonna, as you can see, like in what we saw, they were full crew hiking, but here everyone in the leeward side. So I would say it's still not that pressure to have everyone like downwind to have like boom go.
So would you say we still have the same amount of wind?
I think has dropped a little bit, yeah, because you can see here in this boat, everyone is sitting on the leeward side, so it's still light.
Yeah, that's right. When you go downwind, apparent wind drops, and I bet you the boat speeds though are pretty similar. as to when they're going windward, but it definitely, yeah, it looks a little bit slower.
Slower,
but,
yeah.
I'm pretty sure the wind has not dropped.
But you can see now on the score, like Oman has moved on third place.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, definitely looked like Oman took over or managed to pass out in front of the Czech Republic.
Yeah.
There we go. That's a very, very interesting point of view right there. We can see that effectively Oman is just slightly ahead of the Czech Republic. Now, this is going to get excited because we are only 400 meters away, and they're going to now have to drop those spinnakers, or rather, hoist the jib, drop the spinnaker, make sure it doesn't go into the water, and then go back.
I mean, it's all about clean maneuvers. So let's see on the bottom marks what's gonna happen, and the boat who's gonna be the fastest, of course, the most clean dropped.
It's all about a clean drop down at the leeward gate. 300 meters left to go. Lithuania is out in front with a 200-meter lead. It looks like it is smooth sailing, pun intended, for Team Lithuania. Out in front. Now it just kind of looks like perhaps they're going to go to the left-hand side of... Here comes the jibe for Team Lithuania. Very important jibe. Oh, and that looks good.
You can see that roll.
And a good, a little pump.
They started good, but
Yeah,
the finish was...
the countdown was there, but
I think no one was paying attention.
oh,
on the,
I'm hearing different little beeps. Probably have a change in course. Let's look at this maneuver, and then we'll talk about the change in course.
Here they go, dropping.
Here comes the drop. Not too bad. Come on, it needs to drop. So far, it looks like it's having a tough time coming in, but at least it's not in the water. Oh, that jib, though. They're having an issue with the jib. Having a little bit of an issue with the jib. It's not so much of a problem because there's not too much wind, so it's might actually, it may not be detrimental at all.
And there's no pressure from behind, so I mean they're a little bit relaxed on the drop. So even if they have the small issue, it won't be a big issue for them.
Yeah, they have less pressure.
Less pressure, no boats from behind.
Here we go. Team South Africa, there you see number 9, Ian Ainsley, captain. He's at the helm. Here goes the drop. Now, if we can see the spinnaker in that one, that's not a good sign. They're not putting the spinnaker in. They're having issues getting that spinnaker in, as long as it's not in the water. There you can hear the trumpet in the background indicating a change. So it looks like we have a change of course, 5 degrees to the left, and confirmed Charlie plus. Oh, looks like they're having issues as well here on the team, the Czech Republic. Oh, look at the front of that boat! Oh no, that's a catastrophe. Oh, the spinnaker is completely around the bow. That is, wow, what is going on with that boat today? Yesterday, they were on top of it. Today, it's mistake after mistake. This is going to be, come on. They can't do this if they want to keep their spot. Yesterday was a great day. Now that's been 2 mistakes. We're on leg 3. We're halfway through the race. They have got to get it together. That was a difficult drop right there. And we're now going back up. Distance to the mark, 2,500 meters. Like we said, it is a Charlie plus, so that means that Charlie for the C flag. C flag means that there will be a change, and it says plus, so that's a greater distance. So, what and green, right? So Charlie
So
plus.
further up
so
and to the right.
further up and to the right. Yes, further up and to the right, exactly. Thank you. And what's interesting about that is now, when they're going to be getting to the weather mark, well, we're going to be seeing that pink buoy again. And now that pink buoy, as you guys have seen,
They need just to no dog leg, as we say, like they have time to prepare for like bearing away a little bit, and then they go for the hoist. It's gonna be just bear away and hoist.
yeah, very difficult. Like you said, no dog leg, so no time to prepare.
Yeah.
Potential recipe for catastrophe. But yeah, that's what makes it exciting. We never know what's going to happen in sailboat racing, and you know, it's difficult out there. We got to deal with the waves. You got to deal with the changing winds, the changing course. Now, no more dog leg to be able to prepare. Potentially getting sick because of 3-4 meter swell that you were talking about.
Yeah.
So I hope everybody is enjoying this sailing, this sail racing from the comfort of your own home, sitting in your couch. Perhaps some of you are sneakily watching this at the office. We thank you very much.
Lucky I am.
Guys, keep quiet. Okay? Stand up. Next.
All right, there we go. You just heard it from Ian. Keep quiet. Sorry, Ian. We're going to keep on talking, but he's right. You got to concentrate on that boat. And if everybody's talking,
the
then
communication is really important in this kind of weather. You have to keep, you know, the concentration all the way, especially upwind, because you know you have to trim that both sails, you know, correctly. Otherwise, it will cost you a lot. So yeah, concentration to be quiet in the boat and just keep the boat moving, keep that speed is really important.
yeah, and to trim a sail, it's not just one person. You need several people.
Yeah.
So
But
good communication.
good communication. I mean, the front can keep eye on the weather, like outside the boat, what's happening, like where's the wind come from, where's more pressure. But otherwise, they need to hike. But the main trimmer and the helmsman need to concentrate all the time.
Yeah, so not an easy job for those guys out in the front, because, well, they're hiking, so you know physically it's
Physically,
difficult.
but mentally is really difficult for the helmsman.
Yeah. So this is, I think,
Let's
this
see.
is one of these sports where you really got to be thinking. You have to have a strategy. You have to react to what's going on. You have to be thinking.
Yeah.
Your heart is racing, and
You have to adapt with the weather. I mean, yeah.
the sun is beating down on your face. The salt water is in your eyes. You can't hardly breathe. You're getting sick because of the waves, but we love it. We love sailing.
Of course. I mean, it's one race, so yeah, why not? Let's go and smash it.
And that's it. You heard it right here. Let's go and smash it. And that's exactly what we want to see these teams do. Now, when we say smash it, we don't mean one boat into the other, right?
No, exactly. Avoid contact all the time.
Avoiding contact, that is the number one rule.
Rule.
Yes.
Even if you are right.
That's right. Even if you have the right of way, you must avoid contact. Exactly. Because as you guys saw, all the teams are sailing on exactly the same boats. And when I say it's exactly the same boat, it is exactly the same boat. Even the same, the lines, the sheets are exactly the same color on every single boat.
Yeah.
And they trade boats out all during the week. So it's really about the sailors. It's not about the boat. It's all about the sailors, and it's about who can sail the best. And makes it really, really exciting. If you take the boat out of the equation and we're only looking at the sailors, and then it starts to get really interesting. Here we are on board with Team Lithuania. We are 24 minutes into the race. We are on the second windward leg. We're about halfway up the windward beat. I'm joined here in the studio with Ibtisam from Team Oman. She came here to co-commentate and give me a little bit of help. It's great to have you, Ibti. Ibti was on the boat yesterday, and she was just explaining.
No, I'm lucky to be here with you.
You're so nice. It's great. It's great to have you here in the studio, and you know, to share some of that insight that you had yesterday.
I mean, it's completely different from you know, when you watch the race from the screen and you on board. It's completely different from you know, perspective.
Yeah, we're trying to get the viewers to be able to get the feeling of what it's like to be on these boats, but obviously you know, it's kind of like some of those videos that we saw. There was the coronavirus and people were missing sailing. They were sitting in their bathtubs and people were...
Look at that! Oman, third!
Oh, they're back!
Yeah, we're back on the game.
So, yeah, you're all sitting on your couches. We're not going to be throwing buckets of water in your face to make it more realistic, but we do try to bring you on board. And we've got these great sounds.
Yeah, I can hear them now. You know, the communication on board in Arabic. They're talking about the bowsprit, and I say it because you don't have the dog legs, so you're gonna just bowsprit and you go for the hoist. I mean, it's all about like chip, yeah, really fast. It's one go.
So they're planning their move.
Yeah.
Hey, if you wanna speak in your native language, no worries. You can go ahead. If maybe you want to say hello to the folks back home.
أكيد هذه I mean فرصة كبيرة بالنسبة لنا أكون هنا في قسم التعليق وتشوف القوارب من منظور مختلف وتسمع كل اللي حاصل في النقاش اللي حاصل في القارب.
Well, it's really great to have a little bit of change of language here, and we'll have more sailors that will also be coming in from other teams. So if you stick around, we'll be able to hear. Perhaps. Oh.
You can hear Haytham. Haytham is the main trimmer. Haytham, he say, "Hi, Kai, Kai." He knows how important it is, you know, to have that encourage with all the team.
Oh, look at those waves. You see that boom just smacking and just vibrating as they're getting off those waves. Some of them are really steep. So here we go,
I mean, and even though they're getting really close from South Africa, I mean, it's not finished yet. Let's go, boys. I mean, you can do this.
Yeah, let's see what happens here. It's going to be a...
It's just a couple of meters, but...
Just a couple of meters. Now it's going to be important for
but
Oman
you have the whole lake downwind. You still way to go. I have my money with them still. I hope I'm not going to lose them at the end.
No. Look. They're in second place, or they're in third place. They're very close to second. Anything can happen.
Anything,
We've seen it all.
anything.
And let's remind everybody that now we are getting to the windward mark. We're looking at that single mark, that pink mark, where they're going to have to do all the maneuvers at once. And anything can happen.
Anything.
So.
And you have really to be quick. The quickest you have.
Yeah, but sometimes slow is fast, you know what they say. So, try to be quick. but don't make a ball of spaghetti out of all of those lines on board, because then it'll be a catastrophe. So sometimes, yeah, it's a sailing is full of these contradictions. Slow is fast, for example.
It's all about making, clean maneuvers.
It's what we call in sailing VMG, right? VMG. Velocity made good.
Good.
Oh, good pump right there from Lithuania. Oh, double tack right there. Oh, that's tough. There it is.
That's
All right,
long.
let's see what's happening. It'll be interesting to find out if there's any current out on the water. Well, anyway, let's see what's happening here. Let's go on board and listen to what's happening.
Bearing away. Let's go.
And it's a good hoist. It looks like a good hoist and a good jib drop there for Lithuania. Over 40-second lead after 29 minutes of racing. That was a very nice, clean hoist
Very good
from
hoist.
Team Lithuania. Now here we go. Republic of South Africa is now coming up to the windward mark right here. Now, if they mess up, this is going to be the chance for Oman to come back. Now let's see what happens. Very, very experienced crew.
See the
They won
airway.
yesterday, so I'm not expecting any mistakes. And it looks like it's a clean hoist and a good drop. Clean hoist and good drop from South Africa. All right, now Oman's got to do the same. It looks like they're hoisting well.
Very good
Looks
hoist.
like a good hoist.
Good hoist.
Oh, we have an issue. No, there's a problem on Team Oman.
No.
It looks like there's a problem with the bowsprit, or perhaps looks like the tack is released, or perhaps the halyard. Problem with the halyard. Oh no, that's not what you needed. Oh, a little mistake there by Oman, bringing them back a little bit further. All right, now they gotta regroup right there.
They gotta focus. Come on, guys.
Just a little mistake. All right, here goes the Czech Republic. Come on, guys. We want to see a good hoist. Come on. Looking good so far.
Mid, good.
Looks good. That's what we like to see. That's the Czech Republic we know right there. But it might just be a little too late. We'll see what's happening. All right, so after 29 minutes and 44 seconds to get to the second weather mark, the Republic of South Africa went around in second place, 1 minute 21 seconds behind Lithuania. Oman was only 20 seconds behind the Republic of South Africa. And I didn't have time to see what was going on with the last team. The Czech Republic was just behind about a minute. Here we are back on board. Team Lithuania with a healthy lead.
And you can see all the crew is, sitting in the front. It's light. It's getting lighter.
Yep, lighter wind conditions. Crew up in front, lifting the back of the boat out of the water, having less drag, making that boat go faster. There's Ruckus right there, number 9, captain of the boat. No, sorry, Milivicius. A little bit complicated for me to pronounce that. But I like it. I like it when we see the guys downwind looking back behind them. Looking to see
Like,
where is the opposition, where is the wind coming from.
and where is the other sport going? It's good to cover also.
Looking composed here.
Going for jive.
Republic of South Africa. They're only 200 meters behind Lithuania. It's going to be tough to catch up. But if the wind drops like it did on the last one, anything could happen. So, leg 4 of this second race for fleet number 4. And this is not the last this is not the last race of the day. We still have fleet number 1 that needs to go out and race.
Yeah.
So fleet 1 was the first fleet to race yesterday. Today it was fleet number 2, and tomorrow the first race, the first fleet out on the water will be fleet number 3. And so on and
It's
so
good
forth.
to change every day. Like to be fair for all the teams, to go, random every day. Not necessary to go last every day or first every day.
Yeah, because we did see a change in weather. We did see that it was a little bit lighter in the morning. And that it got a little bit
there was a moment like the wind was picking up a little bit, then again dropping. So it's always gonna change. It's not always the same.
Well, we are in the middle of the Atlantic, right? It's probably a little bit more steady in terms of wind conditions than what we're used to seeing, at least back home in Europe. For a lot of these teams are used to sailing on lakes in very, very shifty conditions.
Yeah.
So here the conditions are a little bit less shifty, but they never have waves and sea states like this. This is something most teams have rarely experienced.
Yeah. I mean, the waves are really massive, so not all the sailors have experienced these massive waves, especially in big boats.
Yeah, and like you said, some of them were getting sick yesterday.
Yeah, and it's worse today, I think. When the day has started, it was a little bit lighter, so it will make it a little bit harder for the sailor.
Oh, it looks like the wind is dying again. Well, we say the wind is dying, but if you look on the bottom left hand, you see some of the whitewash coming off of the boat. I mean, they're still moving quite well. So the boats are definitely moving. I mean, it's not, they're not standing still. But we see that there is definitely a little bit less pressure than in some of the earlier races. I mean, even in this race.
And the pressure looks equal in all the course.
Yeah, that's right, it does. And very interesting. I wonder if perhaps we have a little bit more pressure up at the top of the race course or not. It's kind of difficult to see. But let's concentrate here a little bit. Let's recap. So less than 1,000 meters to go until we get to the finishing line. Lithuania is ahead of the Republic of South Africa. So we saw a distance of 200 meters before between Lithuania and South Africa. South Africa is now made up about 15 meters. We have 870 some odd meters to go. It's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be tough. But if there's anybody that can do it, it's this man right here, Ian Ainsley, captain of Team South Africa at the helm, number 9.
Just put your head on it. You've got to go a bit further.
quiet on that boat. Nobody's talking.
Quiet, no. Only good communication.
You can tell the concentration on this boat. Back to 200 meters, 200 some odd meters. Looking like Lithuania is doing a great job.
They're only extending the, lead.
Yeah, they're extending their lead, exactly. As they say, the rich get richer. There's a little bit of discussion. Here we go, Team Lithuania. Now let's make sure that some of those motorboats that are following are not going to be casting a wind shadow. Looks very smooth, good concentration. We see that here we have a little bit, the guys are not as far forward on this boat.
Yeah. No, yeah.
That's a nice, clean boat right there.
Yeah, definitely.
Look at that.
You can see the kite sheet on the side. It's really clean, ready to jibe, just in case they have to do it, which I think they're going now.
You know, I think that says a lot about the teams. And when you see that, they're in first place, a clean boat makes everything so much easier.
You can see roll. I mean, the roll are really important in this kind. This kind of wind.
Yeah. Go ahead and explain to people why they do that.
I mean, so when you go on the leeward side, all the crew together, and then you go to the other side, the new side, and you press it together, it's like really give you that push, downwind. It will make the boat go faster.
Yep, that's right. We call that a pump. And they are allowed to do that. As a matter of fact, they can do that several times as they're going downwind, not only on the jibe.
In each jibe or in each tag.
And once a wave.
Once a wave.
So it's teamwork. Teamwork is the name of the game here. So Lithuania with a good, healthy 190-meter lead over the Republic of South Africa. Only 130 meters left. We're about to see Team Lithuania cross the finishing line and win race number 2.
Good for them, good.
60 meters left.
Count down.
50.
Can hear,
There it is. Lithuania winning race number 2.
They completely deserve that. It's completely teamwork, and they completely deserve that.
Yeah.
It's a teamwork.
Congratulations. Good teamwork.
Good teamwork.
I love it. All right, picture. And now, let's take the spinnaker down. And here comes the Republic of South Africa, not far behind. Very close. All right, they can be happy with that one. So first place for Republic of South Africa yesterday. Second place today. Good, consistent sailing.
Good for them. Good.
There's Ian Ainsley at the helm right there. Very concentrated all the way until the end. You can't forget they still have to take that spinnaker down. They could potentially still...
There's still one more fleet to go, so
There's still one more fleet. They don't want to put that spinnaker in the water, out of respect for the team that will be following. If those spinnakers are wet, then they're difficult to handle.
Yeah.
So, yes, they're done. They still have a little bit of work to do. And here comes your team.
One more last jibe, maybe.
Are they going to put in a last jibe, you think? Or maybe they got it.
I think they got it, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like that Spinnaker is way out there, so they're really keeping the main sheet in, making the Spinnaker fly. It's a little bit of a technique to make sure that you can go dead downwind and keep the Spinnaker, the Spinnaker still, you know, floating. So they're just using the Spinnaker right now to make the boat move forward, but they're making the straightest line they can to get to the finishing line, and we should be seeing the pin end of the line. There it is. So they've just crossed the line. Congratulations, Team Oman.
Team Oman.
Oh, what a race they had. Difficult start.
Yeah, it was a painful start to watch, but gladly they came on the game again. They finished third. I mean, yeah.
They finished third.
I think still we can do even better than this. And yeah.
Yes, I'm sure if you were able to get a better start, you would have been more into it. But, you know, with ifs and buts, we could do a lot of things. And I'll tell you, one team which is disappointed right now are these guys right here, the Czech Republic. They sailed really well yesterday and maybe came into it a little too confident today. Who knows what happened, but unusual mistakes from these guys.
Yeah, one small mistake and it will you will have to pay a lot for it. I mean, Lithuania, they did an extreme start, but yeah, it was very costly for the other three teams.
So here we go with the race results. That means that Lithuania, with their win, has 4 points. South Africa in second place puts themselves with 3 more points on the board. Oman, even though they had to turn around and go back to get the start because they got pushed out, they managed to fight their way back and pick up 2 points. And the Czech Republic with 1 point. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the provisional overall. Right here, we have South Africa, which is in the lead with 7 points right there, picking up 4 points yesterday with a first place and 3 points with a second. Lithuania overall has 6 points, the Czech Republic with 4, and Oman with 3 points. So Oman doing a little bit better than yesterday, and definitely some changes for the Czech Republic.
Still, I say 2 days to go. So let's hope to
still
do
2 days to go, and we're back live. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us here, Ipti.
I'm
Sam.
so lucky to be here. You can have me every day, huh?
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome.
But perhaps
you can
I'll
come
be
back.
sailing.
You should probably prefer being out on the boat.
Of course, I will be sailing tomorrow again.
So that's it. That was it for our third race of the day for fleet number 4. We will be coming back shortly with with fleet number 1 for their second race, just after this small break and the teams change out on the water. So we'll see you in a couple moments.
See you. Thank you so much.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hello, everybody. We're back for the final race of the day. Race number 2 for fleet number 1. Fleet number 1 was the first fleet to go out yesterday, and they are the last fleet to sail today. Before we go back out on the water, let's take a look at the team national anthems.
faltemos al voto solemne que de la patria detenga. Que faltemos al voto solemne que de la patria detenga. ¡Viva el Perú!
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the studio. We are here for the fourth and final race of the day. We will be seeing race number 2 for Fleet 1. And joining me here in the studio is Vincent Enfi from Team Bermuda.
Antigua and Barbuda.
Antigua. Oh, no. Antigua, Barbuda. And he is pitman on that team.
Yeah.
And so welcome.
Thank you guys for having me. Yeah, I'm excited to see what I can do for the guys back home watching. So.
Yeah, for sure. And
Yeah.
you'll bring a lot of insight, and it'll be. We're looking forward to. I'm looking forward to having you in here and co-commentating. Right now, we have 2 minutes before the start. Quickly, let's take a look at the team comparison. On the top left right here, we have Tahiti, the Black Pearls, and team captain Tevar Plichard. To the right of that is Team Bulgaria, team captain Yavor Kolev. To the bottom left, Team Peru, Stefano Pesquera. And to the bottom right, we have Vasily Zbogar. And that are your teams that are out on the water right now. So, with that being said, we have 1 minute, 30 seconds. Here we are with Team Slovenia.
Yeah, you can see everyone just trying to find their plan for the first beginning of the race. That's kind of what you want in the pre-start. You want a nice clean start and put you in a position to execute your plan. So it'll be interesting to see who will have the control and you know, who will maybe use that to get them forward up in the race. So
yeah, we saw at the previous start, we saw that Team Lithuania managed to get everybody bumped off of the line. And so obviously these guys know that that's what happened before. They were probably watching the live. So definitely they don't want to get stuck at the committee boat right there. Looks like we have Peru, which is ducking underneath the other boats. This is, we're on board right now. Team Tahiti bearing away, putting in some speed, giving a big bear away, They've got to kill some time. They're 20 seconds. The line is quite short. And they're coming back up right here. We've got 15 seconds left. You can see in the back we have Team Bulgaria. And there's the start, ladies and gentlemen. Team Tahiti looking like they're getting a really good start. They just barely missed the pin boat right there. That was a very, very close one. They were a little too early on the line. They had to ditch some time, and they just barely made it across that line.
yeah, it'll be interesting to see Peru now. They won the committee boat and they have a bit more control on everyone. So if people want to go, like we see Slovenia going here now, you know, they're going to have to sail in a bit of bad breeze to get the clear air and go back, or if they did want to go right, they can keep going. But it'll be really interesting to see what Peru's going to do here, if they're going to hold the fleet to one side or maybe go back and maybe give up a bit of control to either get a shift or a better sea state. So I'll be looking at these guys to see what their next moves are.
Yeah, and really super important. I can tell you Peru really, really needs, doesn't just want, but needs to come into first place. Unfortunately for them yesterday, they broke the backstay on their boat, and that took him out. They crossed the starting line, and that backstay broke. And, well, that's just like car racing. If your car breaks, well, you're out.
Yeah, I mean,
and that's all there is to it.
It's fair for everybody at the end of the day. So, you know, it's one of those things that you kind of just have to live with and try your best to come back. But with this format, you know, it's pretty much do or die every round. 4 races, last race double points. You know, it's still a lot to play for Peru. If they win this race, they're back in the game, and they still have to manage not to mess it up until the end. So, yeah.
Yeah, really, really important for them.
Yeah, really good stuff from Tahiti here. Just to time the weight across the boat at the same time. Looks like everyone's back onto port tack, and Slovenia's actually going back now. Maybe they got a right-hand shift. Let's see how it plays out.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on. You know, Slovenia, they had no choice. They had to tack away. They were really in a bad spot. And even though now they are on a starboard tack, they are having to pass behind. I think that is Team Bulgaria right there. So, so interesting start. See Tahiti sailed really well yesterday. Peru, like we said, broke their boat yesterday, so they have to have a really good race today. And you know, on that boat is a very, very talented young man, and he is actually the captain of the boat, Piskera. Well, he went to the Pan American Games just last week, and he won the Pan American Games.
Yeah. I mean, I was there to watch it, luckily, and he did an incredible job. So it'll be cool to see him bring that small boat experience to this bigger stuff, and how he uses those tactics to play the field as such.
Yeah, and he. You know, he also qualified himself for the 2024 Paris Olympics in the laser class. He's a laser sailor. So yeah, going to the Olympics. He's been to the Olympics twice before, and now he won the Pan American Games. I could tell you, he's got the knife between his teeth right now.
Yeah, I mean, in this breeze, you just have to be super focused the entire time. Like, you have to keep the speed up all the time because of how light it is. I mean, if you look at the tracker, you can see the boats, they're pointing in different directions the entire time. So you can tell that there's different puffs along the entire course, and you have to take what you have and make the most out of it and get the best BMG, which is your velocity made good. Yeah, it's good to see Tahiti controlling, but everyone seems really, really close. Looking at how they point is a good indication of the shift. So it'll be nice to just keep looking at what everyone's doing and find the medium in terms of shift. Like, everyone's quite nice and pointed towards the mark on that port tack, so everyone's they're still going. That's all they can do, really, or else they'll start to lose a bit much.
Yeah, it really looks like we're seeing on the 3D that it definitely seems as though we've had a big left-hand shift, and that's probably why we were seeing the Slovenian team going back to the left, because staying out on the right is just you're not going to be gaining anything. If the wind is shifting left, you need to be on the left-hand side of the race course. And Slovenia, having had to go off to the right in the beginning, definitely looking back to get to the left-hand side. Now, the problem with that is when you cross, a race course from right to left, that's never very good. I mean, it can work out, but it's big risks.
Yeah, it's very hard to make that work when you're not in front, really. So it's I mean, Tahiti's doing a really good job to keep their height, and you can see they're slowly just gaining from everyone. The separation is increasing as we talk. So, you know, here the technique is super, super important to balance boat speed and height. And in my opinion, Tahiti's doing a really good job of that right now.
Yeah, Tahiti, they sailed super well yesterday. Really impressive, these guys. Really on top of it. Obviously, they come from, the middle of the ocean, right? Having an ocean swell like we have now is actually something that they're used to it.
Yeah.
In Bulgaria, you don't have much ocean swell.
No. So it's I mean, that definitely plays a big part in these conditions, just familiarity. I mean, especially when you consider how little time you have to train together. I mean, we pretty much had no training for this event on these boats. So you know, all the experience you have, every boat you've sailed, it all needs to just mesh really, really quickly. And if you can do that, you'll have a good chance to do well. So, yeah.
That's what makes it really interesting here about the SSL is that everybody has limited time on these boats, but more importantly, all these boats are exactly the same.
Yeah. I mean, you can see here, we're looking at Team Tahiti right now. Look at their Traveler cars. And so now they're dropping it a little bit. They maybe got a little puff, so dropping the Trav and trimming on, get a bit more power. But you can see when they struggle for power, they'll probably pull the Traveler back up to where it was. And just keep playing the controls to keep that boat moving and get as much height as they can. So it's really like, for the rest of the teams, this onboard footage is invaluable because we can learn so much from what the others are doing. So everyone needs to keep their eyes on these type of things.
Yeah, I mean, I would love that we start explaining how, you know, how you depower and power up the mainsail. And I guess, you know, for you guys that are out there that are racers, you know a little bit about that, and those are the things perhaps you should be looking a little bit more into. It'll probably help you as sailing your own boat.
Oh, 100%. I mean, you see the gap now. Well, obviously, whatever they're doing, I mean, compared to Peru now, you can see their Traveler is in the center. So that might be affecting their height, really. Like, it's not, you can't even see the car in this shot. So, you know, it's all these little things that just add up, and we make the most out of all the footage that we have. Like, this is out there for everyone. It's just noticing these things. So, you know, all these things come from experience and sailing many different boats.
Yeah, and sometimes it's really difficult to see it here on the onboard. Oh, did you see how he avoided that wave right there? Did you see his maneuver?
Yeah, it seemed a bit aggressive, maybe.
It looked a little aggressive, yeah.
Yeah, very, very tricky in these conditions. You really can't afford to do anything super aggressive, you know? You gotta keep the boat speed up.
That's you know, laser experience right there.
Yeah, exactly. Just chopping away at those waves in the laser. This is a big boat. The game does change quite a bit, and you have to adapt. You have to use a lot of your feel and notice the different scenarios. So
yeah, for sure. And you know, speaking about those wheels, there's a mark on them to give you center.
Yeah.
And sometimes it's really interesting to look at where that mark is. Because some of the teams, obviously, depending on how much power or not you have in the mainsail, will depend on your angle of your rudder in the water, and therefore your helm, and that has a direct impact on your speed. And if you can look at where the where that mark is on the wheel, and you also make a correlation to where the main track is. Sometimes that can give you some invaluable information for the teams.
For sure. I mean, definitely the difference of how much that mark makes will give you an indication to how much rudder the helmsman is using. Like, so you see Slovenia here, he's trying to keep the rudder actually quite central as much as he can, because that just means it's going to be less drag.
There we go. We see that white mark on top of the wheel right there. So if that mark is dead center, that means the rudder is straight. If the rudder is straight, that means the boat's going fast, right?
Correct. Less drag, more speed.
Right. So now, if they put on more power with the mainsail, so it looks like right now they've got quite a bit of twist on that main, right?
Yeah, they've got that same Traveler setup as Tahiti did. And yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure the helmsman, he actually just won the last RC44 event. So it's going to be interesting to bring his experience over and making it all add up. So
yeah, Team Slovenia, you know, these guys are, you know, they know how to sail on this boat.
Yeah, for sure.
They're on there. They do sail on RC44s, and now these boats are slightly different. They don't have all the same. We have blocked some of the settings to make it a little bit easier for some teams that are coming from that have never sailed on these boats. And so, but essentially everybody has exactly the same boat.
Yeah, I think that's the best thing about this entire concept. How, like, the SSL 47s, they're all exactly the same. So putting it all together and just matching it every day you change boat, you know, it's all it's all about how well you sail them.
Yeah,
So,
that's right, because every day, not only is it a different fleet that's starting, but you won't be sailing on the same boat that you sailed yesterday.
correct.
So there are 4 boats, 4 days, 4 races. And every time you're starting at a different time and you're sailing on a different boat. But all the boats are exactly the same. If we look at the lines, the line colors,
Yeah.
that's the easiest thing to see for everybody.
Yeah.
They're the same.
So we see now Tahiti's actually pretty near the ley line. On this graphic, it seems a little bit overstood, but I'm not entirely sure, but they're going straight to the mark. So this is the best case scenario, sailing straight to the mark, not sailing away, even getting a little lift, it seems. So, you know, Tahiti's sailing the boat really well for this condition. I mean, sailing on the lake in Grand Son, that definitely helped a lot for us, because now we know how to set the boats up for the lighter conditions. But like you said, we have the chop and the sea state, which also plays a big part. So it's all about adapting, really. Who can adapt the fastest? That's the question. And Tahiti seems to be doing a really good job here.
50 meters until they get to the weather mark. There we go. Now they're on a beam reach, going off to that offset mark. And they're in the lead. Tahiti is in the lead right there. Nice, healthy lead. You see the yellow mark behind them. That was the windward mark, and now they're passing. Getting ready for the hoist. And let's go on board and listen to the hoist. We're going to go on board a little early. And it looks like a good hoist from Tahiti right there. Close to the mark. Very good. Trying to figure out what they're saying. They're speaking in French. I can understand that language. They're talking about the sea state. And we see behind them, we've got Team Peru right there. Following, not too far behind. Now let's listen in to Team Peru. Oh no, the counter. The sheet on the windward side was unfortunately was still in the cleat, and so they didn't manage to get a real clean spinnaker hoist. Now let's look behind Bulgaria. Oh, what's going on with Bulgaria? A lot of yelling. Looks like they were having sort of an issue with getting that spinnaker all the way to the top.
Yeah, a bit late on that chip drop, which is really going to affect the kite fill at the beginning, especially with these big Genoas. I mean, let's see how Slovenia does here. Boom, Genoa down.
Yeah, Genoa down. And getting some air into that spinnaker and letting it breathe. That's really important. Well, I mean, I have to say, I think Tahiti right there was that was the cleanest one, cleanest mark rounding. Peru did a great job as well. And the others are just a little bit slower. But yeah, there it is.
Yeah, it all adds up, especially in this light stuff. Like, you need to be so conservative in terms of how much speed you lose. You don't want to lose too much speed, because it all adds up. I mean, look at Tahiti now, 264 meters. I'm sure when they jab, it might go down a little, but you know, this is really good stuff from Tahiti. They're managing. I mean, you can see they only have a couple guys, like at least half the team seems not even to be in the shot, which means they're probably sitting in a different position to everyone else. It'll be interesting to compare, actually, how many people are out of the shop, because that gives you a good indicator of who's using the weight of the crew to turn it into boat speed. So
yeah, we've definitely seen that. But then also again, for example, we saw Ukraine earlier. A lot of their guys were in the back and they won the race. So
yeah.
Different tactic, different setup. I mean, it could be, you know, if they're really trying to go low in a low mode. The problem with those low modes is it's not fast.
Yeah.
It gets you right to the point, but you don't go very fast.
Exactly. It's all about balance. It really is. Especially like when you're that far ahead as Tahiti, you have a lot more freedom to do what you want with your speed and your height. You know, some teams, if they're trying to fight the cover, they might have to sail a bit higher and lose distance to the mark, which means they're sailing more distance relative to everyone else. And yeah, it's all about balance. So.
Yeah, it's all about balance. So we were talking earlier with Ibti Sam from Team Oman, who was here just before. That's right. I mean, VMG, something that we talk about a lot in the sailing world. And velocity made good, for those that don't know. Basically, I mean, you want to explain that in 2 words? It's pretty tough.
Yeah, it is pretty tough, but I mean, in the word itself, velocity made good. So you want to have enough velocity, speed, and made good, as in the right direction. So if you get the right balance between velocity and direction, you have a good VMG.
All right.
So
that's a good explanation. I like it. Makes sense.
Yeah.
So there we go in terms of VMG right there. You see that these guys are very low, so they're going straight to where they want to go, but they're going a little bit slower.
Yeah, yeah.
Now we don't have the onboard telemetry for the time being. Well, that'll be coming, but we could tell as sailors here, we could tell that they're going a little bit slower.
Yeah, I mean, you see the number 315, it's just increasing by the second, you know, compared to Tahiti. So that's a pretty good indication that Peru's sailing a bit slower. So now Bulgaria, they have to be careful on balancing their height and speed, because they might risk getting covered by Slovenia. So let's see if Slovenia can use this opportunity to maybe gain a boat.
Right, and what he's saying, Vincent here, is what he's trying to explain is that you see that boat with the spinnaker right there on the left-hand side of your screen. Well, that's Slovenia, and they're trying to get between Bulgaria and the wind. And if they can do that, well, they're going to steal the wind of Slovenia. Slovenia obviously won't be able to go as fast, and they'll overtake them.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Now, the thing is, Slovenia can defend by luffing, going closer to the wind. But then, VMG, they're not going towards the mark.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, for people that don't sail much, if you look at how the sails change, you can see it start to flap a little bit behind there. That means there's a change of wind direction on the boat itself. So maybe you can see that luff. You can see those little black arrows on the luff. That means maybe they need to bear away a bit more and try sail a deeper course. So it's all these things you can look at that really help you determine a good VMG, even while you're racing. So,
especially.
Yeah, exactly. You know what others are doing that way.
Here we go. We're on board now with Tahiti, and they've just done a jibe.
Yeah.
Very interesting to see where that main sheet track is.
Yeah.
Cart.
Yeah. I think Tahiti's doing a really good job to keeping it simple. You can see they're not doing a lot of maneuvers, which, going back to the light breeze, less maneuvers means like a faster boat. You're losing less speed. So they're almost on the ley line here. So they're trying to go as close as they can to the mark, like we said, to get the best VMG. So this is, I think, their first jibe, actually.
Oh, here comes Peru right here. We're putting in a jibe. Really important jibe for Peru. We see that Peru has gone actually a little bit further on the 3D images. We see that they've gone just a little bit further than Tahiti. Maybe trying to cut the corner a little bit, trying to avoid putting in that last jibe. It seems like Tahiti is going to have to jibe one more time in order to get to the gates. And those leeward gates are coming at about 350 meters. 350 meters until potential mayhem. We've seen a lot of action down at the leeward gates.
Yeah, yeah.
Now it's going to be very, very important. Very important for Peru to be able to get back into it. There are 150 meters behind Tahiti. If Tahiti makes a mistake, that'll be a big opportunity for Peru to come back and potentially win this race.
Yeah.
Now, 150 meters, that's quite a ways.
Yeah, that is quite a ways, and in these conditions, every meter counts because you never know when the breeze might get shut off on you or the other team might get a nice bit of pressure. So you can see here, Team Tahiti is getting ready to drop the kite. They've just put their Genoa up. Let's see how they do on this drop, which is super crucial.
And that's very nice. You see how they just went, they were burying away right there to make sure the spinnaker comes onto the boat. Bam, spinnaker straight into the boat, and around the mark they go. Beautiful, beautiful drop.
Yeah, nothing fancy. Get the kite in the boat, get standing upwind, round the mark as fast as possible without losing speed.
Yeah, and you know, they prepared their maneuver well in time. They had time to do it. Every time that we've seen issues at these gates are with teams trying to drop late.
Yeah, yeah.
If you look at Ukraine, they dropped early.
Yeah.
And actually, they dropped about way before they got to the mark, and they managed to overtake Bermuda. There you go. So sometimes slow is fast.
Yeah, yeah. Especially when timing and coordination is so heavily important on these boats.
All right, let's see what's going on here. Little bit of an issue. That's not. Generally, you don't drop on that side of the jib. There must have been an issue right there. It's going to cause all sorts of problems when they're going to have to bring the kite back out.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they managed to get their kite down. Peru didn't put it into the water, so they didn't lose any speed. But by putting it, by dropping it down on the starboard side of the boat, it's going to. There's a lot of potential for them having issues bringing the spinnaker back out. Yeah,
yeah. A clean drop definitely creates peace of mind for the next rounding at the top. So we can see the bowman, you can see the little head coming out the front of the boat. I'm sure that's the bowman sorting out the mess that just happened. So, you know, he needs to be really good at doing that for the next one.
Yeah, he's gonna have his work cut out for him. We'll see him up there for a while. It looks like they were ready to tack there, Peru.
Yeah.
We'll see what's happening. Slovenia is the next one to come in. Now they've got time.
3, 2, 1, go!
Come on, get it in the boat. Now it looks like it's in the water. As long as it's just on top of the water, that's okay. Look at the boat speed. Okay, they got it in. They got it in, but now they've got a wet spinnaker.
Yeah. Yeah, wet spinnaker is not ideal.
Oh, and that was close to the mark. Okay, all in all, not too bad. They got that spinnaker in pretty well. It did go into the water. It didn't make a pocket and slow the boat down, but it's looking like the spinnaker's wet. So a wet spinnaker, always harder to deal with a wet spinnaker than a dry one.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, it also increases the chance of it breaking. A wet spinnaker, the cloth, it actually absorbs some of the moisture and it makes it a lot weaker. So that's also something to think about when you're doing the next hoist. If you know it's soaked, the bigger breeze, you ought to be a bit more careful. A lot of it comes down to the pitman to make sure he doesn't drop the halyard too quickly.
Yeah, we'll talk about that because that's a very interesting subject, and that's your job. Let's look here at Team Bulgaria. Let's see how they do this. Oh, it looks like there's confusion on board because jib's going up, jib's going down.
That jib's got to be set. Maybe they went a bit early.
All right, definitely is looking like there is a Charlie red, so that's what all the beeping noise is. But let's look at the spinnaker. Oh, ooh, spinnaker in the water. Now we've got another wet spinnaker. Come on, get it in, get it in, get it in, get it in. Oh, no, 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 no. This is a catastrophe. The jib is not up. The spinnaker is not in the boat. You can see jib halyard right there has not been pulled on. That's the pitman. You know, that's you know very well. That's your position. So something's going on over there. They're not able to sheet in either as well. This is no good. This is not how Bulgaria is going to manage to catch back up to Slovenia right here. It's difficult. Mark Grounding, we told you it was going to be exciting down here. Well, the first 3 boats went around it okay, but unfortunately, Bulgaria right there having some issues.
Yeah.
We saw that confusion before they got down there. That jib went up, then it came back down, and yeah. So communication on that boat seems. Looks like they were having a little bit of a communication issue. And there you go. You know, that's all you need. What, a couple seconds, and then and you're out of the timing, and that's it.
That's it. It's going to be pretty much impossible for Bulgaria to catch up at this point. They were the ones that maybe needed the cleanest hoist to try pick up a place, but you know, you learn. 2 more races to go, and they're gonna have to take that as a lesson, take it on the chin, and come back and come stronger. So yeah, that's all you can do in those moments, really.
And when we were in Switzerland, I mean, they were probably one of the teams that were sailing the cleanest. I'm actually quite surprised to see that from them. I've always seen them sail super clean. I mean, you know, everybody's human. Mistakes happen. So, and you know, it's not the end. This is day 2. We still have 2 more days of racing. And very importantly, on the last day of racing, all the races count double in points. So there is a possibility for them to come back. Don't forget that here in this fleet, Peru did not manage to finish yesterday, so it'll be really interesting. We'll see Tahiti way out in front on the board, but it'll be very close between Peru, Slovenia, and Bulgaria.
Yeah, that's where the race is at this point. Tahiti have something that the others don't. I mean, that distance is getting bigger and bigger, and I think it's just boat speed. They have the boat speed formula for these conditions, and it's showing. It really is showing. So it's going to be interesting to see the fight between Slovenia and Peru, and yeah, it's going to be good.
So on the next downwind, we'll talk a little bit about the drops, okay, and what your job is in the pit. I know it's a sort of a sensitive subject, but you know, I'm going to ask you a couple questions. I want to see if I can get some answers out of you. For the time being, let's concentrate on this windward leg. We're on leg number 3. This is the second race for fleet number 1. So these guys were the first ones to sail yesterday, and they're the last ones to sail today.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's good. Like, you're gonna have to wait. You have to wake up in the morning, and you have to figure out a way to stay engaged throughout the whole day. So it's really interesting to see how the teams deal with that. It's really easy to just switch off when you're at the last race of the day. So, you know, anything can happen when in another day. If they start earlier, the other teams might do better. So, yeah.
Yeah, the mental mindset. Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So, like, what have you guys been doing as you're waiting? Have you been doing like sports, or have you Been watching videos?
Yeah, we've done a bit of bowling, a bit of go-karting, just some entertainment. You know, we spend a lot of time together as a unit. I think that's really important. Our whole team, it's roughly the same age, so we've all known each other for a long time, so it's actually quite easy to hang out all the time. We don't seem to get sick of each other. I think that's a big part of it. And then just holding each other accountable when the time comes to be like, okay guys, we got to switch on now. You know, that's super big. I mean, it's nice to have someone like Shannon with so much experience to just bring everybody back in and get us focused for the day. So yeah, I think it's super personal, something like that. You know, some guys, they'll probably like to be by themselves and just chill out in their room, and some people completely different. So I think that's something that's super personal, and you just have to know yourself and your teammates to just get past that.
So what do you like to do?
I like to hang out. Most of the guys on the team, we've all grown up sailing together. We've all known each other since preschool. So it's just like during the normal time when we're not doing the SSL, we are each doing our own lives, sailing, racing, working. So when we're all here together, it's just like one big catch up, and yeah, we just talk about random things, sailing, not sailing. It's just a good time, really. It's just about having a good time.
It's being back with the family is what it is.
The boys are back in town. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Well, that's good. Well, here we are, getting to the top of this leg. Got a couple hundred meters to go, and well, this is really interesting now because we did have a Charlie Red, as we mentioned before, so that is a change in the distance, and also red, that means they shifted left. So we've had a shorter shorter windward beat that has gone off to the left. So here we go, 150 meters till we get to the windward mark. And this windward mark is going to be a color pink. Now, that is the color of the buoy we use when the course has changed, and it looks like they have gone over ley line right here. They're able to bear away, and so they're kind of creating their own little dog leg here.
Yeah, yeah. They're
but
sailing their own
this
race,
is really difficult because right now they have to do everything. They don't have any time.
Correct.
But they bought themselves some time. You see that? Really interesting. Instead of just cutting it short, really having to do everything at once, no, they took their time. They went a little bit wide in order to be able to prepare themselves and set themselves up. There we go. A very clean spinnaker hoist. A little bit slow on getting that jib down, but that's fine. They've got close to 30 seconds they'll have.
Yeah, they just got to sail their own race and keep the risk to a minimum. And
you see now, look, for Peru, it's a little more difficult. They have to now tack, bear away, hoist, take out the spinnaker pole out in front. None of that is done yet. The spinnaker is not going up. So Tahiti, by going a little bit wide, you know, bought themselves a little more time.
Yeah.
I mean, look, we are 15 seconds after they've passed, and there we go. Remember what we said? They had dropped it on the wrong side.
Yeah,
They dropped their spinnaker on the wrong side. Look what's happening now.
That might be part of the delay, actually. So it's going to be interesting to see now.
So these are the repercussions, ladies and gentlemen, of
Oh no.
doing things a little bit late. And on top of it, the spinnaker is wet.
Yeah, I think there's some between miscommunication and not getting the right setup on the sheets. It seems that's costing them quite a bit now. I mean, we can see we just now have the spinnaker. The spinnaker is not even on the winch, actually. He's pulling it straight from the block.
Pulling it from with his hand.
Which
Yeah,
is,
you're right. Yep.
That's not gonna really do much.
All
for
right,
them,
they're gonna
so.
have to sort this issue out now. Oh, geez, look at that. Now that's a catastrophe right there. But they're pretty lucky because the following boat has not yet even arrived at the windward mark, or it is arriving now. So they've got some time to figure this out, but they've got to hurry up because if Slovenia here gets a good hoist, they'll reel in Team Peru. So let's take a look here at what's going on with Team Slovenia as they get around this pink marker right here. Let's listen in. Very good. That's a good hoist right there from Team Slovenia. They were real quick on getting that jib down.
Yeah, and I mean super quiet, which, as we say in sailing, a quiet boat is a fast boat. Everyone knew exactly what was happening. There was one call from the person, either the tactician or the helmsman, and everyone just executed their role. And that's best case scenario, really. That means nothing's wrong and everything's going how it's supposed to. So in these situations, less talking allows just more room for the tactician to think and make the right call. So
Oh, what's going on here?
oh, got the sheet in the water there, yeah.
They got to release the main a little bit here.
Yeah.
That's a lot of heel. That's a lot of heel.
Yeah.
So that's pretty good. That means that there's pressure out on the water.
Yeah.
All right, come on. There comes Bulgaria right there. Yeah, I didn't see that boom open. Oh, look at Mike. It's tough. They also have a wet spinnaker.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the spinnaker's wet there. Okay, well, you know, not too bad for a wet spinnaker. Pretty good, pretty good. The spinnaker is up. I didn't see the jib come down. Right, so, Pitman, tell us, what are the maneuvers that a pitman has to do when we're in these maneuvers right here? Let's just say we're on the dog leg, we're bearing away. What do you do? What's your job?
Well, the main job of the pitman really in the barroway is getting the pole and the tack out. You know, that's your primary role. You have to time it with the rest of the boat and make sure you're not doing it too early, or else you can what we call go shrimping with the sail. If you bring the tack out too early, it'll fall in the water. So that's my main role pretty much in the hoist. And then as soon as the kite has filled, I'm easing that jib halyard as you've seen everyone else. So yeah, that's pretty much it really. Yeah.
And then, so that's the hoist. Now, that's more or less easy. Now, the difficult part, and that's where really the magic happens, is when you get down and you have to drop that kite.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Because you can't, there's a certain timing you need to have.
Yeah.
Right? And we saw that over and over and over again. That timing is super important. So
yeah.
What's the first thing you do?
The first thing I do is, well, we get the jib back up, which is pretty important. You get it set up ready to go sailing again. And then you're basically just watching where the mark is, making sure you're mentally prepared to know when the tactician might call for the drop. And then as soon as you hear the call for the drop, you pretty much let go of the halyard and make sure the kite doesn't fall in the water. You know, you let go of the halyard, you let go of the tack, and yeah, your job is to make sure that the kite's coming in fast enough, but you're not easing it too fast to let it fall in the water. So it can be really tricky. Some maneuvers are tougher than others to get right, but that's the main gist of it. Easing the halyard, making sure the kite doesn't go into the water, and setting your team up for success on the next beat. So,
yeah, so it starts off with you putting up the jib. Now, when you put up the jib, obviously you got to watch out how much tension you put on it, right?
Yeah.
So you've got it. You can't be pulling too hard on that spinnaker halyard.
Yeah.
I mean on that jib halyard, right? And then you've got the Cunningham also, because there's a Cunningham for that jib. So you got to make sure that tension's right.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the first thing.
Yeah.
Right, then you're going to be dropping your spinnaker, so you got to drop it, right? So you open it, but you can't let it go too fast.
Exactly.
But there's a lot of rope.
There is a lot of rope.
There's a lot of rope, so
yeah.
the potential of having a knot coming right back up is enormous, right? So at the same time, you're trying to slow the spinnaker to not come in too fast.
Yeah.
And your teammates in the back are just grinding away to try to get it in as fast as possible. And that right there, that's, ladies and gentlemen, that's where the magic is right there. And that's how you manage to get a spinnaker in quickly. But on top of that, also the skipper. If the skipper the skipper bears away and manages to have the spinnaker fall on top of the boat, then it goes right in. If the spinnaker starts to luff too early, then the spinnaker goes out into the water.
Yeah.
So just for a drop, we're looking at what, 5, 6, pretty much everybody on the boat needs for those, let's say, 5 seconds.
Yeah, everyone needs to be super engaged in that critical moment.
So anyway, that was really interesting conversation. Now let's take a look here because we have Team Tahiti, leg 4, 130 meters until they cross the line. And they've got a 650 meter lead in front of Peru right there. So these guys sailing clean, sailing well. There it is, crossing the line. We see you, buddy. Congratulations. Woo!
Yeah, look at them.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
Wonderful. Good job right there. These guys are just, well, that's how it's done.
Very well, very well deserved. I mean, they just nailed ahead of with all the basics. They got all the basics right, kept the boat super fast, and kept the maneuvers clean. And that's all you can ask for really in these type of conditions. There's, you know, yes, there's tactics, strategy, but you know, if you get the basics right, you get the kite up without going in the water, get it down without going in the water, and keep your boat fast. I mean, there's not really much more you can ask for. So these guys deserve that every bit.
Just sailing clean, sailing, like taking their time. They took their time. They took their time to do things well, and they finished with a 650 meter lead.
Incredible, really good stuff.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
So the next ones to go across the line is Team Peru. But I was just looking earlier. There was not much in it between Slovenia and Peru in terms of distance. Now Slovenia still needs to put in a jibe. Looks like Peru will manage to go straight to the buoy. Let's see what happens. They don't look very stressed on that boat. I think they've got it.
Yeah, I think second is in the bag for these guys.
So if they do get second place,
I feel bad for that guy. I can never do any grinding.
oh, there it is, 43 minutes into it. Yeah, tough job.
Yeah, those boys look beat.
Oh, that's it. That's 43 minutes of adrenaline pumping action. You know, making sure that physically they've had to grind a lot. So
Yeah,
I'm sure they're happy to be in second place, but they're frustrated with their maneuvers.
yeah, every day's a learning day. I mean, it's a healthy result considering yesterday, so they're gonna have to carry that into tomorrow and hopefully into the last day too. And they can do that. They might surprise themselves with how far they can make it. So yeah.
Here we go, Team Slovenia. Team Slovenia right there. These guys, you know, they know how to sail on these boats. They do compete on the RC44 circuit. They're not happy.
No, they don't look too excited about that race.
Nope. I can understand. I can understand why. Yeah, for sure. But it is what it is. They got into third place. They 2 minutes and 14 seconds after Tahiti.
Yeah.
Tahiti put over 2 minutes on them.
Wow.
So really, really clean sail. And here comes Bulgaria. I know Bulgaria. You know, they've sailed well in the past. We saw them sail really well back in Switzerland in Grandson when we were sailing on Lake Neuchâtel. I was a little bit surprised to see them having issues, but we're not sailing on the lake.
Nope, not at all. Not at all.
Big swells. You can't see on the television, but some of the swells, you know, Ipti was telling me probably 3-4 meters.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, those swells can really affect your boat speed, so you need to make sure everything is in place to mitigate the loss. Yeah, and then try use it to your advantage on the downwind. So.
All right, well, that was a good jibe, good last jibe there from Team Bulgaria. Just cleaning the boat. That's the end of the day for these guys, and pretty much for all of us. And yeah, so really interesting. Still, we had some drama on that last race. This is definitely the fleet where we saw the biggest distance between all of them. And yeah, maybe you're right. That probably is part of it. Is you know, having to go from sailing first in the morning to last. So tomorrow for these two teams, they'll be sailing more midday.
Okay.
So yeah, it should be. We'll see if that makes a difference or not. Last effort here as Bulgaria just crossed the line. We had a goal of a 45-minute. Race committee has a goal of 45 minutes to get things done, and we're at 47 minutes here on the last boat. So congratulations, race committee.
Yeah, well done.
Did a great job changing out all those buoys and everybody who's out on the water and making this happen.
Yeah.
So yeah, very good. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Tahiti wins this second race of fleet number 1, followed by Peru, Slovenia, and Bulgaria. Now let's go look at what that means in terms of the standings, the points that they won for this regatta, or for this race. We should see the points here. Tahiti will have won 4 points. Peru will have won 3. And then we will have Slovenia with 2 and Bulgaria with 1. There you go. That is the race results for this race number 2 for fleet number 1. And let's take a look at the overall provisional results. This should be interesting. We should see Tahiti far out in front. And I've just gotten some information. We are waiting currently for some information about penalties, so there could be something happening out on the water. We will have those results will be coming in here very, very shortly as soon as we figure this out. So, you know, stick around, stick with us. In any case, Vicente, you from Team Antigua and Barbuda, thank you very much for coming in here. It was great to talk to you and get your insight as a pitman, and really good. Thank you very much for all those explanations that you gave us. That was really good.
Yeah. Thank you for having me. It was super fun. Hopefully I can do it again. So yeah.
Well, you're welcome. Here we go. You're welcome. You're invited anytime you want. Provisional overalls. We were just talking about them. Here they are. Tahiti with 7 points, and then Slovenia 5, Peru 3, Bulgaria tied with Peru with 3 points. So there you go. You see Peru yesterday, 0 points. They weren't able to finish. They were second today, so they got 3 points. Bulgaria was third yesterday and last today, so that they are tied. Tahiti way out in front.
Yeah, I mean, Tahiti has a nice little 2-point gap, but it's interesting to see Peru. They're back in the game, like only 2 points. You know, if they can manage to either get another second or even a first tomorrow, which is completely possible, they're qualifying. So, you know, every race counts in these qualifying stages.
Yeah,
so.
and let's not forget that actually on the very last day. So tomorrow is not the last day. Tomorrow is day 3. We will be sailing for 4 days. But on the very last day, all races will count double in points. So you do the math. You know, it could get really interesting. It's not over yet. It's not over till it's over. But we'll definitely see what happens in the following days. We'll see what the weather is like. Tomorrow we are expecting also pretty light conditions. we'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe we'll have a little bit less swell. In any case, that's it from us here. Those have been the 4 races for today. And I want to thank Ipti that was in here earlier. Vicente, I want to thank you for coming in here. I want to thank all of you for watching. And on that note, we will see you tomorrow morning for the 3rd race of all the fleets.
Minus 10, 9, 8. We have a go for main engine start. We have main engine start. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Like every time I get ahead, I end up going 2 steps back. So tonight, I'm just gonna let this one ride. You know what I mean?